guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Come on in, the water's fine. Hey there, ready or not? Here comes a Friday. We'll take that. So one more day, another work week in the books. You're on that regular Monday through Friday kind of schedule. Hope you've had a great week as we get set for the weekend. Lots of exciting things on slate. A lot of folks going to be participating in outdoor activities as things have really finally begun to warm up. In that heat wave, we got the numbers as anticipated. Lots of 90-degree, triple-digit highs. We saw warm air all the way up into Chicago on Wednesday. Things got kind of crazy there Wednesday night. Hundreds of people, some spontaneous party that got initiated via social media. We may dig a bit more into that coming up, but also, as anticipated, along the northern fringe of all that heat, our multi-day severe weather threat across the plains indeed ramped up this past day. Thunderstorms delivering powerful winds, massive hail across the region. One day after a meteorologist was actually killed in a crash during a preceding storm. Some of the videos impressive, furious winds roaring across the plains this past day. We were talking 70 to 90 mile per hour winds across Kansas, all the way up into South Dakota and on over to Wisconsin. Power lines down, trees down, walls of dust, and numerous high-profile vehicles, numerous semi-trucks rolled over. Had one person injured near O'Neill in Holt County, Nebraska. Thunderstorm winds rolling a semi over there. According to the National Weather Service, they did not note the wind speed in that particular case. Garfield County, Nebraska, near Burwell. Winds knocking about a 15 by 15-foot horse barn on the west side of town. Roof blown off the grandstand at the fairgrounds there. Numerous trees uprooted. According to the Storm Prediction Center, hundreds of storm reports flooding in as the evening progressed there. Everything from hail with a diameter of 2 inches, Kansas, Wisconsin, Minnesota, a potential tornado damaging several homes on the side of a school in Castlewood, South Dakota. Wind reports that frequently surpassed 80 miles per hour there. One wind gust in Hutchinson County in the southeastern portion of South Dakota recorded a 107 mile per hour wind outside of Tip. That was about 4:25 Central Time, Thursday afternoon. Now, forecasters had been warning us for several days. Winds could gust to 70 to 90 miles per hour, and there could be storm max winds approaching 110. As the storms continued to develop, of course, the power outages continued to ramp up across South Dakota, Minnesota, Wisconsin. Power outage U.S. as of 7:25 this past evening, some 30,000 across the eastern portions of South Dakota in the dark, 36,000 in the dark in Minnesota. About 8:40 local time this past evening, extreme meteorologist Reed Timmer, who was covering the storms from South Dakota, reported I-29 was shut down south of Watertown, South Dakota, with numerous semi-trucks that had been blown over there. Now, the wind from the storms also kicking up plumes of dust near Sioux Falls, South Dakota, which is a little northeast of Hutchinson County. Dust so thick in the air you can taste it. And it's blown into every crack in the house, according to one local meteorologist via Twitter. Local emergency management advised against travel later Thursday evening as emergency crews were out trying to assess the storm damage down power lines and tree limbs across the city. They did say the Sioux Falls Fire and Rescue said extra traffic is making things difficult, and people, you're causing more problems. Apparently, a lot of people were just getting out there, kind of joyriding, sightseeing, checking out the damage. This system, the latest in the multi-day severe weather outbreak across that region, including Minnesota, where one person died in a crash and at least 3 others wounded. Meteorologist Martha Llanos Rodriguez out of Mexico City, Mexico, killed in a 3-vehicle crash on I-90 on Wednesday evening, according to the Minnesota State Police there. All the vehicles had been traveling on I-90 eastbound when they came across downed power lines associated with the storms. The driver of a 2021 Chevy hatchback, which was a Chilean meteorologist, had stopped the car to avoid the power lines when he was subsequently struck by a semi. Campos sustained non-life-threatening injuries, as did the passenger. Bradford Scott Bartlett and Llanos were also passengers in the Chevrolet. Barrett and Campos are both ambassadors of the American Meteorological Society Committee on Hispanic and Latinx Advancement. They were actually there doing some storm chasing. Storm was really bad. We were trying to get out of there. The third vehicle involved, a Pontiac G6, collided into the power lines. That driver was taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. The driver of the semi involved in that fatal crash was also uninjured. Now, as far as the severe weather threat, things continue to calm down with each passing hour. We do just have a small area where a tornado watch continues right there in kind of like bullseye, central portions of Minnesota and east central Minnesota. North of the tornado watch, several counties still under a severe thunderstorm watch, with some of those lingering showers this evening. As I zoom in on the radar, still have some pretty feisty thunderstorms. Yeah, right there from stretching about just at Brainerd, Minnesota, down towards St. Cloud or just to the east of St. Cloud. A lot of rain in northern Minnesota. It's coming down in buckets from International Falls on back into portions of South Dakota, North Dakota, and even some of those southern portions of our Canadian provinces tonight. Yeah, they're in Winnipeg, heavy-duty thunderstorms just to the south of Winnipeg. They're in Manitoba. The rains wrap around all the way back into eastern portions of Montana tonight. South of all the major activity, there is a cluster of some showers and thunderstorms pushing through Omaha. They're in the easternmost reaches of Nebraska, pushing over into southwestern and west central portions of Iowa. Another line of storms extending through eastern Nebraska down into north central Kansas at this hour. We're not seeing any severe advisories coming along with those storms. Some of those rolling right along I-70, just to the east of Hays, Kansas. So definitely you'll be slowing down in the torrential downpours there. Meanwhile, the heat wave that's been broiling the southern plains indeed has been pushing northward, sending temperatures surging through the Midwest Wednesday and Thursday. And kind of an unusual twist, numerous locations across the nation's midsection, including Chicago, saw high temperatures even warmer than what we were recording in Death Valley, California on Wednesday. That's very unusual. Death Valley, oftentimes considered one of the hottest places on the planet. Anyway, from Colorado to Iowa to Illinois, mercury really began to jump up above normal levels from Tuesday through Wednesday. So we saw the most widespread push of heat so far this year for the eastern half of the country. Yes, Chicago, you saw your first 90-degree day of the year on Wednesday. You broke your old daily record of 89 that stood since 1982. Yet normally Chicago's first 90-degree temperature doesn't occur till sometime in about June the 10th. So you're nearly a month ahead of schedule there. About 75 miles northwest of Chicago, Rockford, Illinois. You set a daily record for a second consecutive day. 92 Tuesday, 94 Wednesday. Don't have the numbers in from where things topped out this past day on Thursday. Parts of Nebraska were even warmer, while the record of 102 will stand for another year in McCook, Nebraska. The high temperature of 99 degrees, a good 26 degrees above normal there. Meanwhile, as we mentioned, Death Valley, California, typically touted as one of the hottest places on Earth, actually saw a high temperature of only 78 degrees on Wednesday, well below their norm. Not only has it not been hot, but the humidity levels as well. Temperatures haven't been nearly as high further to the east, but some records still have been set. The city of Caribou, all the way up in northern Maine, topped out at 79 degrees Wednesday. Now, that may sound pleasant to some. That was high enough to actually tie the record for that date from some 20 years ago. All right, with fewer leaves on the trees, more sunlight's able to get to the ground. That's why things have been heating up so much quicker, especially along that northern tier. The foliage this spring is running a bit behind due to those consistent cold snaps that we saw there during the month of April. And that allows the ground to warm up things, the atmosphere. That's why we saw some of these record high temperatures in recent days. Things begin to break down as far as that big northward bulge in the jet stream over the weekend. Meanwhile, for our friends in the west, especially the southwestern portions of the country, after the high of 78 there in Death Valley on Wednesday, you're going to see a dramatic turnaround. Yes, the triple-digit highs will be returning to the southwest in the coming days. We'll break that down a bit more coming up here. All right, got a Friday underway. A lot of discussion about, and this has been the case for weeks, and I'm thinking will be the case for months to come, about the prices at the pump. There was a recent message sent from Love's Travel Stops warning that drivers may see temporary fuel shortages in several East Coast states. We'll share that with you coming up. Meanwhile, the Energy Information Administration divvied out their latest short-term energy outlook this past day. And they're forecasting record average crude production for 2023, but the prices not looking like they're going to come down anytime soon as things stand. And several other in regards to, obviously, the diesel prices, what's going on, a lot of uncertainty and confusion out there. Meanwhile, who we have checking in out of the box? OvernightDriveRadio.com via Facebook or YouTube or the smartphone app, as well as our friends on TNCRadio.live. This Friday morning, Todd is on board. Hey there. Richard checks in from Central Florida with 71 degrees. Yeah, Timothy's got 60 degrees there, I believe, in Virginia. Let's see, anybody passing through the western Minnesota, eastern South Dakota, and North Dakota, be very careful. As those severe storms came through, a number of trucks got blown over on I-90 in South Dakota and I-94 there by Alexandria, Minnesota. Yeah, I think we're going to see more and more reports. A lot of trucks, high-profile vehicles. It was a rough day out there in the winds. Yeah, I didn't even realize that. Happy Friday the 13th, James says. Hey, you're right. Looky there, the calendar. May 13 of 2022, Friday the 13th. Uh-oh. Anybody superstitious out there? All right, let's see. Gerald says, allegedly 18 trucks were towed out of Walmart in Conway, Arkansas. I would not park or leave my truck at a Walmart anymore. I'll try to get more on that. So you had a lot of trucks parking out there. It's a common place. You got to be careful about it. I know, drivers who used to come visit in the Cincinnati area here that used to be able to park at certain Walmart locations. They're not allowed anymore. You go in, you ask the management, nope, cannot park out there. All right, Zorro is on board. Hey, all, let's have a safe, wonderful weekend. Sounds like a plan to me. Heat wave, good morning. from Belen, New Mexico, as we're headed for El Paso. Then back to Albuquerque. We've got clear skies and 62 at this hour. Mike says, morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive family. Be safe, everybody. Have a great weekend. That's Mike in Beaver Creek, Ohio. Good to have you with us. The Integrity Trucker says 60 here in New Haven, Connecticut. Kind of foggy this evening, or morning, I guess it would be there. After you're past the midnight hour, you are. Happy Friday, everybody, from Rockpick. It's warm outside here in Rochester, New York. I can tell because my windows are wide open. Stay safe and enjoy. 007 checking in from Rochelle, Illinois at the Petro Stopping Center tonight. The Loafer is on board. There's our old friend Larry. Larry, good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe on the last run for the week, then headed to Morgantown, PA, where we're going to be participating in a barbecue competition this weekend. All right, we'll keep our fingers crossed as far as your weather is concerned there on the East Coast, right? Because they're talking about some rain, that storm that's really been stalled off the East Coast all week long. All right, copy in the mail. There's Chevy guy, Eric, checking in from Las Vegas tonight. Santa Claus, top of the morning, Steve. We've got 77 degrees here at Nellis Air Force Base. It's 2100 hours, and Taps has just been played. I was entertained by a nice air show, not the Thunderbirds, earlier this evening. I'll be listening in for a while. I have a 0200-hour local time offload. Then it'll be headed back to March Air Force Base. Santa Claus out. Good to have you on board. Hey, I got your email right there at the tail end of the show last evening, Santa Claus. I actually did print that up because we were talking about driver pay and whatnot. And the electronic logging device, that discussion. He offered his 2 cents worth, which he said, I may not make some drivers happy, but we'll tell you what Santa Claus had to say coming up here in a bit. Hello from Mobile, Alabama, home of the Julio. There's George this morning. Charles checking in from Stillwater, Oklahoma, 77 and clear. Little skullbuster time before headed back out Sunday afternoon. Everybody stay safe, sunny side up, greasy side down. All right, enjoy a few days off there, Charles, and thank you for listening in. Hello to the Michigan Madman. This time tomorrow night, I will be married to the woman that put up with all my racing and traveling and all my BS, and I love her so much. All right, big day ahead for the Michigan Madman. Congratulations in advance. Hope all goes well for your Friday. You're getting married on Friday the 13th, are you? Did you think about that? Hey, good morning, Steve. Just chilling out at the house tonight. There's table scraps. Let's see, today's my Friday this week. I'll be closing on my house in the morning, then hooking up the camper for a 4-day weekend. All right, good times. Keep up the great job. I'll keep on listening. Thank you much, table scraps. There's Steve checking in from Lamar's, Iowa. We've got a balmy 70 degrees at this hour. Good morning, Overnight Drive crew. Happy Friday. Nice group conversation with several of the cast of characters. Kentucky Ken on board this morning. All right, good to have you with us. We'll see what Buckeye Boy has going on coming up. But we got a Friday off and rolling. It's 844-844-3388. Welcome in to another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Let me see here. I'm going to jump right into Santa Claus email. Yes, because we were talking the ELDs, the pros, the cons, and all that last evening. And he says, as you know from previous communications with me, I get paid by the hour with overtime after 8 and 40. With the adoption of the ELDs, companies can monitor the hours worked or driving, much like a time clock. Now, I drive 13 western states. At times, I cross the country, and even in Puerto Rico. All hours are paid by the hour. I have no incentive to drive over the speed limit. So say what you want about California, but a few years ago, they adopted the law that requires employers to compensate drivers/employees for all hours worked. Now, if a driver's just being paid by the mile with no compensation when the wheels stop, the pressure is on the driver to break the law. Speed or drive over hours. Responsible trucking companies in California compensate their drivers by the hour. I'm sorry, if a driver accepts to work or drive for free, at this point, at least in California, that's on them. But I do not work for free, and I don't feel pressured to drive faster than the speed limit or in unsafe conditions. I get the job done. In California, it's the speed limit 55. And when I'm in a 75 mile per hour state, I'll roll at 75 as long as it's safe to do so. I know this might piss off some drivers, but all right, maybe, but I guess that's a good place to pick up this act that was introduced to exempt truck drivers from the Fair Labor Standards Act, which has prevented drivers from getting overtime for umpteen years. Apparently, another lawmaker has lent their support to that bill this past day, or Wednesday, I guess it was. Representative Pramila J. Paul of Washington signed on as a co-sponsor of the Guaranteeing Overtime for Truckers Act, which is in the House right now, House Resolution 7517. Andy Levitt of Michigan introduced this bill last month. It now has 8 co-sponsors, which, in other words, it's got a long, long way to go. But the Fair Labor Standards Act that went into effect in 1938, mandating time and a half overtime pay when an employee works more than 40 hours a week. However, it also included an exemption for motor carriers. This H.R. 7517, which simply amends the Fair Labor Standards Act to remove that exemption, aims to ensure that truck drivers are fairly compensated for all the hours you work. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, which advocated for the bill, said the original design of the exemption was to prevent truck drivers from working too many hours. The reality, the association says, is this outdated law now actually just prevents truck drivers from fair compensation. We know that for too long, too many people throughout the supply chain have placed little or no value on the driver's time. That's partly because of the FLSA overtime exemption. The GOT Truckers Acts, also receiving support from the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, the Citizens for Reliable and Safe Highways, the Institute for Safer Trucking, Parents Against Tired Truckers, and the Truck Safety Coalition. So it virtually has support across the board from all these various trucking advocacy groups, surprisingly. OIDA and the other organizations endorsing the bill say there is a connection between fair compensation and safety. And they say this bill, the Safer Trucking, is long overdue. All right, as the impacts it would have on safety, they're saying. Yeah, okay, when we come back, I'll delve a bit more into what's going on. We had the one truck stop that said they were out of diesel there in the Northeast along the PA Turnpike. More on what's happening there in the Northeast coming up. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
One day after his party failed to pass a massive abortion rights bill in the Senate, President Joe Biden paused on Thursday to remember the 1 million people in the U.S. who've died from COVID-19.
1 million empty chairs around the family dinner table, each irreplaceable, each leaving behind a family, a community, forever changed because of this pandemic.
The president is calling on Congress to provide more funding for testing, vaccines, and treatments. Airline bookings in the U.S. dropped 17% last month from March, according to CNBC. In addition, an Adobe report shows that consumers spent $7.8 billion on domestic tickets last month, which is down 13% from March. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hey everyone, this is Mike.
And this is Brian with Fellowship Home Loans. For years now, we've helped thousands of families live the dream of home ownership. And it's always great to hear from them.
How willing they were to work with me, where everybody else just wanted to slam the door in my face. Second thing was just how quick and easy it was to go with Fellowship, because they really put it together quick for me.
At Fellowship Home Loans, we don't have clients. We have friends and family.
I recommend many people. I have my cousin, I have a friend of work, I have it's a lot of people who really need someone like Fellowship Home Loans.
We are here to help. No pressure guaranteed. 800-535-2779. 800-535-2779.
But I appreciate how quick and easy it was to work with Fellowship Home Loans. What a pleasant experience it was. They really put it together quick for me.
Fellowship Home Loans.
Welcome home.
Intercontinental Capital Group, DBA Fellowship Home Loans, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender, MLS
Hey,
number
if you need to
0134.
stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, Buckeye Boy checking in this morning from Acworth, Georgia with 71 degrees. Got my local one finished and loading in the morning for 2 stops in and near Houston on Monday. Got a granddaughter dance recital and a 4th birthday party coming up on Saturday, so I'll leave late Saturdays. As far as the discussion about speed limiters, my truck is geared for the sweet spot to be at 70 miles per hour. Since I do a lot of runs out west, I usually only do 2 to 3 miles per hour over the speed limit, with no more than 77 miles per hour, even if the limit's 80. I'm totally against the speed limiter proposal. I feel it's really being pushed by the ATA and the insurance companies. Even though a lot of these mega carriers are self-insured, they're not that affected by the extremely high insurance rates, and the insurance companies want more money. And being secretly encouraged by these big carriers to drive the smaller companies out of business, is the way he sees it. Anyway, everybody have a great night, good weekend, and be careful out there. Thank you much, Buckeye Boy. There you go. Sweet spot at 70. Let's see, who else we got? There's Gary. Morning, Steve. Headed up from Hugo, Oklahoma to Mitchell, South Dakota with a load of bees this morning. Have a great weekend, everybody. Stay safe out there. Let's see, a lot of damage, according to Chris, a lot of damage in South Dakota from those storms this past day. Safe travels out there. All right, there was actually in our headlines a story about trucking the bees this past day. Actually, a team of firefighters came to the rescue some overheated bees when the truck hauling the hives broke down in Iowa. This was actually Wednesday afternoon at Highway 218, an exit ramp near Janesville, Iowa. Remember, it was a hot day, right? According to the local newspaper, the trucker hauling bees contacted 911 after his truck broke down during an unseasonably high heat index of about 100 degrees. Those high temperatures started overheating the bees, which began flying out of their hives, searching for cooler temperatures. So the driver sought immediate assistance, lest his load fly away. A team of firefighters responding to a call at dousing the beehives with water to cool them down, prompting the bees to return to their hives. They said about 3,500 gallons of water were used while the truck was receiving roadside repairs there. The assistant fire chief said that's the most bizarre call I've ever received. I mean, I've been the assistant fire chief for 3.5 years, and over the years I've been on some strange calls, but I've never had a call to cool down bees. All right, well, so the firefighters to the rescue. Of course, those bees are crucial to our survival. Without the pollination, we don't eat. Now, back to the message from Love's Travel Stops and concerns that you may see shortages in several East Coast states. Amid skyrocketing fuel prices, multiple news outlets have reported there could be some major diesel supply issues on the East Coast in the coming weeks. Not only weeks, but coming months, they're now saying. In the Bloomberg article, U.S. East Coast diesel supply is running on fumes, the outlet reported. East Coast inventories of diesel plunging to the lowest seasonal level since government records actually started more than 30 years ago. Recently, Love's Travel Stops sent a message to their fleet customers, warning that drivers may see temporary supply problems in the states of Georgia, North and South Carolina, Virginia, Maryland, Pennsylvania, New York, and New Jersey, all up and down the East Coast. The Love's Fleet sales team proactively alerted the company's fleet customer base to maintain their consistent, straightforward approach to the evolving market fluctuations. We are committed to keeping our customers and consumers well informed of the market developments, ahead of the trends to try and help mitigate the impacts to their business. Now, they offered the following statement on the state of fuel supply on the East Coast, which reads, Love's is monitoring the fluid situation on the East Coast. We have experienced minimal outages during low traffic hours. It's always our mission to keep the diesel stocked to fulfill our customer commitments, to keeping drivers on the road. Now, the company has no plans to restrict purchases of diesel at this point. We will continue to use our best-in-class logistics and fuel delivery companies, which are Musket and Gemini, to minimize the impacts to our customers. Gas Buddy's fuel market analyst noted this past day that retail travel stops are making extraordinary hauls. They're actually hauling from the Great Lakes to the Northeast to obtain fuel in some cases. Now, he said there's no need for immediate panic on the East Coast as far as the diesel supply, but he says, I am seeing signs that supplies could be very tight, and some of the unbranded large chains may be facing very challenging circumstances, and other analysts are indeed alluding to, as we head into the summer months, there's a good, distinct possibility we could see some rationing of fuel there along the East Coast. Okay. Our number, 844-844-3388. Heat wave is on the road. I hope you got some good rest at the Hacienda last night.
Oh, you wouldn't believe the amount of sleep I got. Yes, thank you, senor. Appreciate it. Yeah, that community I was just in is Belen, New Mexico, not Belen.
Okay.
Belen.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. I know it's a regional thing, but what the hell. So, anyways, I guess y'all seen the pictures of the fires that I posted here about 2 days ago on your fan page.
Yes.
They got it down to 29% contained. And there was a fire camp just north of Las Vegas, New Mexico. I failed to get it because I didn't quite understand it until I went past it. But yeah, they have tents galore out there, those little dome tents. So they're sleeping in those tents, dealing with the winds and the high temperatures, and looked like they were training people on how to get water in those baskets you see hanging underneath the helicopters. That a CH-47 out there, and I think Story Lake is over there, right by the Las Vegas airport. So, but yeah, they're doing anything and everything they can to take care of this fire, which should have never been started by the federal government. You know, they have these controlled burns, and kind of like what happened at Los Alamos National Labs in Los Alamos, New Mexico, back at the turn of the century. Boy, ain't that kind of odd to say, turn of the century?
Wow.
But back in 99 and 2000, I mean, that they had a controlled burn, and it got away from them in a real quick hurry due to the winds. So Governor Grisham, our governor here in New Mexico, I hope for not much longer, she banned the gathering of dead and down trees and the cutting of live trees for firewood. So because of the spotted gray Mexican owl.
Yeah.
I guess it's on the endangered list. And I had put on Facebook, I was going to one of the sites for New Mexico, and I says, well, by leaving the dead and down fuel on the ground, she and the federal government essentially killed the animal that she was trying to protect. So, I mean, it don't make any sense, you know, why you want to do that. But that's another story for another time. The baby formula issue that we have right now. Did I understand it that there was a reporter that found that the camps for the illegal aliens, that their stock of baby formula is just, they are well stocked? And in that, you know, why, if that's the case, why are we taking care of illegal aliens first and not us?
That is a correct headline this past day. The photographs were shared out of a facility in Texas where pallets of baby formula were being delivered to take care of the illegal children that are being brought into the country. That is correct. And there's several representatives pretty PO'd about it. This is just another fine example of the America Last agenda rather than America First that this administration continues to push.
Well, and I guess Jen Psaki's still up there flapping her gums. She was saying that Biden wants to go ahead and have an investigation to see about hoarding or maybe it's the manufacturer is not made enough, trying to create scarcity. And you're taking care of us and are most vulnerable. They're not taking care of us. I'm tired of us spending money to protect someone else's sovereign border when we can't even do it to our own. I'm tired of them spending money to support families that break rules, break the law, break international law, claiming to seek asylum here when Mexico is right there. Now, under international law, if you seek asylum, you go to the first country you go to and file there. You don't say, no, I want to go to America and travel their country to get here. That's not how that's supposed to work. But, Democrats don't give a damn about laws or the Constitution unless it is beneficial for them. Then they'll follow it and say, we're staunch followers of the law. I just cannot see why anybody would want to vote Democrat in the next upcoming elections. Other than blue bloods themselves, they got nothing else better to do but vote blue. I just can't understand it. And there's a lot of stuff going on, and y'all saw The View, or you heard of The View, where they're blaming everything on Trump. It's like what Trump did in his 4 years, they're saying that was set up by Barack Obama. Well, I remember Obama saying we ain't going to get no more than 0.5% or 1% GDP. And he asked Trump, well, where were you going to pull this magic wand out of?
Yep. And Trump did. And the jobs were coming back. The highest employment numbers in 50 years across the board for the Hispanic community, the black community, job numbers like we'd never seen before. That's what he had accomplished.
But see, they're saying it was set up by Barack.
Oh.
And it's like, you got to be kidding me. And the reason why the economy is tanking is not because of Biden, it's because of Trump. I mean, just how backwards can people be in their looking and seeing? They must hate Trump so much.
They do.
That they are willing to destroy this country to prove it. And I'm done with it. I really am absolutely done with it. And as far as drilling for oil, now our oil on our soil is what they call sweet. And I don't know if our refineries are set up to work with sweet crude. Now, I'm pretty sure they're set up to go with the dirty crude or the heavy crude like you get from Saudi Arabia, Russia, Iran, wherever else. I think our refineries are set up for the dirtier oil. And if we were to go ahead and start producing oil again, how many of our refineries that we have are set up to distill that sweet crude into diesel, gasoline, kerosene, what have you? Do you know the percentage of that?
I have no idea when it comes to what the refineries are set up. Who can handle what.
Because it would sure be nice if we can go ahead and get 100% of our refineries set up to do our crude instead of only being able to do the dirty crude. Maybe do 90% ours and have 10% of the refineries for that stuff like whatever Canada has coming out, whatever Alaska has coming out. And, I don't even think we refine our own oil from Alaska, rather. I think that oil goes out to the Asian countries because it's got too much sulfur in it. That's my understanding. I could be way off on that. But, damn it, we just got to get back to where we were. American first, take care of ourselves first, and then take care of other people who need it. But I'm preaching to the choir here. I think we're all pretty much in lockstep on that.
Yeah.
I just wish we could get out convince others that, we need to take care of ourselves. Well, I'm off my rant and ravings. So, Senor, we'll holler at you later at the loneliest hour.
All right, there you are, out there and about. Hey, it's Friday the 13th. Be extra careful. Not quite a full moon yet. Full moon coming up Sunday night, though. And hey, don't forget, we'll have that full lunar eclipse Sunday night into Monday morning as well. We got a quick break. It's 844-844-3388 on a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So the so-called bloodbath on the crypto market continued on Thursday. But as I look at this moment, Bitcoin has really rallied back. And at one point, it had dropped into just below 26,000 during the program last night. It's back up over 30,000. Currently, Bitcoin at 30,340 a coin. I don't know what, I'm not familiar with Luna, whatever Luna is, Luna. Luna is almost worthless. Down like 96% in the past 24 hours. I saw a quick blurb from CNBC. More than 200 billion wiped out of the cryptocurrency market on Thursday. The contagion started with Terra, which is a stable coin tied to the U.S. dollar. Stable coins are intended to act like a savings account, to be among the safest bets among cryptos. Terra fell below 30 cents on Wednesday and rebounded to 41 cents on Thursday. There was another stable coin, the one I just mentioned, Luna, plummeted to a mere 4 cents. Tether is yet another stable coin, also fell below the $1 peg to 95 cents at one point on Thursday. Of course, the mother of all cryptos, Bitcoin, It fell below 26,000 for the first time in 16 months. And that's when I was kind of following the numbers last night. When it hit 25,401 at one point. Now, Ether, the second biggest digital currency, dropped below $2,000 for the first time since June of last year. It looks like, let me see, is Ether on the list here? Ethereum, I guess that is. It's back over 2,077 a coin. Cryptocurrency investors are running for the exits, was the headline. Just as the stock market investors have been doing, fears of continued high inflation in the U.S. and an impending recession. So says the headline. Okay, we'll get back to your calls here. Who we got on board? Chevy Guy, I got you coming up. I'll tell you what, let's get through the news break first here. Plenty of room for you on a Friday the 13th at 844-844-3388. Yes, Heat Wave brought up the story this past day, which says pallets of baby formula are being sent to holding facilities at the border, while the rest of the country sees many parents unable to find formula at their local stores. Representative Kat Kamak from Florida said they're sending pallets of baby formula to the border. Meanwhile, in our own district at home, we cannot find baby formula. She posted pictures on social media, empty formula shelves in Florida, next to the pallets of food being sent to the border, saying in the video that a concerned Border Patrol agent actually sent her that image. She said the pictures were from the Ursula processing facility in Texas, where thousands are being housed and processed, then released into the country. Now, the Florida lawmaker said the concerned agent told her she would not believe the shipment I just brought in, again, said the agent. Hold that thought. News break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
One day after his party failed to pass a massive abortion rights bill in the Senate, President Joe Biden paused on Thursday to remember the 1 million people in the U.S. who've died from COVID-19.
1 million empty chairs around the family dinner table, each irreplaceable, each leaving behind a family, a community, forever changed because of this pandemic.
The president is calling on Congress to provide more funding for testing, vaccines, and treatments. Airline bookings in the U.S. dropped 17% last month from March, according to CNBC. In addition, an Adobe report shows that consumers spent $7.8 billion on domestic tickets last month, which is down 13% from March. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you are guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
A former president at the University of Michigan fired over a relationship with a subordinate has apologized to the school's governing board. It's part of a settlement between the university and Mark Schlissel. The deal guarantees him a faculty job, retiree health insurance, and other benefits, according to the Detroit News. But it first starts with a one-year leave and $463,000. The Board of Regents fired Schlissel in January. Former President Donald Trump dismissed conservative commentator Kathy Barnett as a viable Republican candidate for Senate in Pennsylvania. Trump said Thursday she'll never be able to win the November election. The former president has thrown his support behind Dr. Mehmet Oz. And a new study from the Virginia Commonwealth University School of Medicine says that the loss of smell and taste usually associated with old COVID-19 variants are less likely with new variants. This is USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Port Laramie. Have gun. Will travel.
Frontier Gentleman.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online. Just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Firefighters are working to keep the flames at bay out west.
A wildfire that erupted Wednesday afternoon in coastal Southern California torched rows of multi-million-dollar mansions. Brian Fennessy, chief of the Orange County Fire Authority, spoke to reporters late Wednesday evening.
The focus is to get into these homes, to really take a look at those attics, to get down in the vegetation, to really make sure that we're not leaving any hot embers in place so that when the wind does pick up again tomorrow, that we've missed anything and we have, a rekindle.
Fennessy said at least 20 homes were destroyed as the wildfire spread to some 200 acres, driven by wind gusts and fueled by dry brush. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The number of new applications for jobless aid budged little during the first week of May. That's according to data released Thursday by the Labor Department. In the week ending May 7th, initial claims for unemployment insurance totaled 203,000 after season adjustments. The 4-week moving average of weekly jobless claims ticked roughly 4,200 claims higher to almost 193,000. Jen Psaki is stepping down from her role as White House press secretary on Friday. She's not confirmed if she's going to MSNBC as previously reported. Psaki said she'll miss sparring with reporter Peter Ducey. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Back on a Friday the 13th, no less. Good to have you with us. Hope you've had a good week. Again, our number, 844-844-3388. What's on your mind this Friday morning? Get a little more on, obviously it's impacting the industry profoundly. The price of diesel. Looking at a story here that says the diesel market headed in divergent directions Wednesday, adding to the uncertainty and the confusion that you've been facing for weeks now. Looming large over trading was the weekly release of statistics from the Energy Information Administration, which showed inventories of ultra-low sulfur diesel on the East Coast, which is already at record-breaking lows, managed to fall again over the past week. But at the same time, the price of ultra-low sulfur diesel on the commodity exchange, which has been outpacing the price of crude and gas for weeks, rose at a far slower pace than the other members of what is known as the petroleum complex on CME. Ultra-low sulfur diesel on CME rose 1.9 cents a gallon to $3.95. Now, that was an increase of just less than 0.5%, which was in sharp contrast to the more than 5.75% increase in the price of West Texas Intermediate crude, and a nearly 5% rise in the price of international crude, which is Brent crude, and slightly more than the 4% rise in RBOB gasoline, an unfinished blend stock that serves as the trading proxy for gasoline. The overall increase in crude prices was seen as a reaction to several pieces of news regarding Russia and Ukraine, including the Ukrainian shutoff of some Russian natural gas supplies. There was no clear reason why ultra-low sulfur diesel lagged crude on the CME. The news on diesel Wednesday was mostly bullish, particularly the data on the additional reduction of stocks along the East Coast. The most recent numbers from Wednesday is that last week, ultra-low sulfur diesel stocks on the East Coast were 19.19 million barrels. That's down more than 1 million barrels from the prior week and down 50% from the start of this year. Difficult to say that the stocks are the lowest ever because there are other weeks in history when they've been less than 19.19 million barrels. However, ultra-low sulfur diesel was not as widely used during those times, so the current tight supplies are coming against the backdrop of a much wider market for the cleaner fuel. The draw on the East Coast, even as the physical markets on Tuesday signaled there might be an ease to the squeeze. Assessments of the physical spot market supplied to freight waves by General Index, a benchmark administrator, showed on Tuesday that East Coast tightness might be loosening a little bit. Now, Monday, the General Index assessed the price of ultra-low sulfur diesel in New York Harbor at 66.25 cents a gallon more than the price of diesel in the Gulf Coast. In normal times, the spread would be more like a couple of cents, so a 66-cent spread is big. In the 4 days leading up to Monday's assessment, the range had been between 50 and 65 cents, which indicates extreme East Coast tightness. By Tuesday, the spread had narrowed to 33.5 cents, suggesting some relief might be in sight. Wednesday, the General Index had the spread about 1 cent wider, signaling that the easing we saw Tuesday was pretty much stable for at least 1 day's time. One development in the market that may bring relief to buyers is that the math on exporting diesel to Europe is starting to look negative, and that may mean that keeping the product in the U.S. will be the most attractive deal out there. The weekly Energy Information Administration statistics don't break out exports by specific grades, so diesel exports would be under the broad category of distillate exports. That could include other non-jet fuel distillate products, heating oil, or high-sulfur diesel. Last week, according to the EIA, exports were 1.357 million barrels a day. The 5-year average for the first week of May is like 1.18 million barrels per day. So exports have actually been running somewhat higher than normal. Meanwhile, imports at 121,000 barrels a day last week, not far off from the levels of other reports from the first week of May. You know, it just kind of makes you scratch your head and wonder, we're exporting, we're importing. It's crazy how these things work, and I can't wrap my mind around it. All right, continuing declines, raising concerns about supplies, though, for truckers and other consumers. We already shared with you the statement from Love's from earlier this week. We had a statement from Pilot Flying J, comments to FreightWaves that said, we're aware of concerns over supply in specific markets across the U.S. Most markets in the eastern U.S. remain extremely low on inventory levels, and refinery issues are creating tightness in the St. Louis and Indianapolis markets as well. To prepare, Pilot Company has built a resilient supply chain over the last several years. We're taking additional actions to secure extra supply and mobilize our fleet to deliver diesel to areas that are facing that tight availability, like Virginia and Georgia. All other markets are currently adequately supplied. We're also undertaking contingency planning to continue to have a steady source of diesel fuel. As we closely monitor the situation, strive to remain the most reliable network of travel centers for our customers. There was a Bloomberg report quoting the CEO of United Refining, which is a small East Coast refiner and fuel distributor. It says, I see trouble ahead for the diesel consumer. I would not be surprised to see diesel being rationed on the East Coast this summer. Right now, inventories are low. We very well may see a shortage in coming months. Another factor in the tight market that's not new, but of course, with the reduced diesel supplies out of Russia, a major supplier, it's becoming more significant. It is a loss of U.S. refining capacity. Refinery utilization nationwide was at 90% last week. That's about right in the middle of where utilization has come for the first week in May over the past 6 years, excluding the pandemic year of 2020. The problem from the consumer side is the base against which that's measured has actually declined. The current operable capacity is 17.94 million barrels per day. At the start of 2020, that figure was at a mark of 18.97 million barrels per day. Now, that's refining capability. So we're 1 million barrels per day less in refining capabilities. Just in July of last year, they said they had removed, the Energy Information Administration said that it had removed 6 refineries from its permanent base of refining capacity. While that can be offset by capacity expansions and debottlenecking elsewhere, the end result is that even at full capacity, and keep in mind, the nation's refining system never operates at 100%. There is less capability to produce refined products in this country than what we had 2 years ago, to the tune of 1 million barrels per day. Maybe you have a clearer picture as to what's going on, but there you go. All right, back to the calls here on a Friday. What do you say, Chevy Guy?
Oh, Lord have mercy. Yeah, I'm going to go, since I get across this railroad track, I'm going to go down here in Allendale. I've got 2 places I can check, it's a distributor. And we've never had any trouble getting fuel or fueling up, any time that they've thought things might get a little tight, they usually put out a notice to the company, and the company lets us know, everybody, before they go home, top off their tanks. But we'll find out here in South Carolina. It's a totally different subject. I've been watching, I get the videos and I'm watching these videos. Sometimes you got to listen to the other side. And I mean, they were going off on these, on this bus stop, a traffic stop up in Virginia. And I mean, it just, you thought it was a civil rights thing. But I just want to bring it down in general. This is early 1980s. I'm in Chester, Pennsylvania. I just loaded. I was hauling crushed cardboard from Chester to Wheeling, West Virginia, for a recycling plant. Well, I got her loaded up. Climbed in the back of the sleeper and waited for nightfall, about 9 o'clock. And it's in a big lot, and there's a little custard stand. Well, I go over there, and I'm standing in line with everybody. Well, this young officer comes up to this woman. I'm pretty sure you've heard this story before. This young officer come up, and I mean, this woman's crying. She's got a carload of kids. And he's just bearing down on her because her sticker's dead. I mean, you thought he had committed a crime. He turned and noticed about all the guys standing in this line about wanting to thump his head, and all the women in that line wanted to scratch his eyes out. But I've often wondered now, that's how many years ago, that carload of children, I wonder how, they've established in their mind forever that cops are bad. They made their mother cry. How I gotta wonder that young officer if he didn't get one of his buddies killed in the modern day time, because he did not use wisdom in that case. I mean, yes, laws have to be enforced, but discretion by these officers, man. So let's go back to Virginia. I'm listening to this, black activist. Got a radio or internet program, and I'm listening, and it's hard to hear. I don't agree with him, but finally I'm thinking, you know what? I got two white officers. I've got a bus. Now, they didn't stop for racial profiling. They stopped because the bus driver was in the far left lane, so it was a violation, a legit violation. Well, these officers, I don't know where the idea come from to do the drug enforcement or drug thing. But you got two white officers. You got a bus filled with black female lacrosse players. The driver's black. You two white officers in this day and age, they should be required to listen to the Steve Sommers overnight drive, so they can get caught up on the American stupidity right now. And no, it's right. I don't care. Even if they should have called their sheriff, the high sheriff down, he is a black man. All right, it's wisdom. It's wisdom, because we already finding out that this critical race theory is not something new. They've been teaching this stuff a long time. So all they're doing is making what they believe come true. It's a racist country. So at that time, you stop, you get in there, it's all black. Is it worth it? Is it worth you got two white officers? One, either call your black sheriff down to calm them down. Two, I'm glad they brought the dogs in. I don't believe they have. I have a problem with anybody searching your stuff going down the road. While just a little bit, I had a couple, $1,000 in my pocket going from my house to where the guy had that pickup truck. And I'm talking, shoot, if I got stopped, I couldn't prove anywhere where I got this money from right off the bat. And you got those forfeiture laws now. I mean, they can take that money from you, and then you have to go to court to prove it's yours. No, there's. I don't agree. So I actually agree with the activists. They shouldn't be going through their stuff, but it's just the wisdom. I mean, hey, Chief, I've got a bus full of African Americans here, And is it smart for us two white deputies to be down here doing this? And if you insist on it, please come down and conduct this search. We'll do the work, and you can negotiate with the people on the bus, and maybe cause less trouble. You're in Virginia, you're a white, and they've been taught, and you got to deal with the reality that they've been taught. And now who knows? You've got a whole busload of black activists out there that are anti-police now. So, I'm not in law enforcement. I talk to my own kids. I talk to my grandson. My grandson's sheriff's department. He's in a full-blown vehicle. I talked to my son when he was in law enforcement, begged him not to use an unmarked car. And he said, well, we need to use them, Dad. And I said, yeah, but what if you get your mama stopped? And he goes, well, anybody can, because I said, anybody can throw a blue light on the dash or the roof. He said, well, all unmarked cars in South Carolina have the lights in the grills. And I said, and everybody knows that. I said, hold on, son. I said, sweetie, she goes hauling from the kitchen. Yeah. I said, do you know where the lights are on an unmarked car? She goes, no. And so she's going to stop on the blue light. And I think that unmarked car business, it's hey, don't put them in a Crown Vic at the time. Give them something that doesn't look like a police car. But, I understand the tools. But traffic stops, it's just wisdom. I mean, wake up. What are you doing? Going home and watching SpongeBob SquarePants? I mean, listen, if you're going to hurt law enforcement and taint law enforcement or allow the enemy to use this against you, then it's not wisdom. And it's not even worth stopping whatever drugs he may have had on that bus. But which to me would be, most athletes ain't into that stuff or ain't going to be hauling it. So, but we love our law enforcement. I love my law enforcement because I love my boys. But I keep remembering them children in the back of that little car, their mama crying she'd been beaten. And that young officer and what he did for the people. Now those people are running in South Philadelphia. And I just pray that somewhere along the line they learned that officers are just doing their job and they had met up with a bad one.
Right.
So other than that, hey, we're going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the show.
There's our Chevy guy, Friday the 13th, a bit of a dissertation. All right. Thank you, Chevy guy. Yeah, looking at 25 past the hour. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, news break just around the corner as we hit the bottom of the hour. We've got clear lines on a Friday the 13th. Where's everybody at? It's 844-844-3388. Yeah, Tom, I was kind of wondering. I got your email there, and he said, Steve, you might want to read through this. You may or may not want to read it on the air or mention it on the air, but yeah, no, I'd be happy to share it with the folks out there. I mean, Tom Kelly is with TNCRadio.live. Of course, you catch him when you stick around after our program each weekday morning and whatnot on the morning programming. And Tom, of course, you'll catch him anytime during the day. But typically he sends me like emails each day kind of updating what's coming up when we wrap things up here on a Friday morning, and hadn't got those for a few days. And, let's all just say a prayer for Tom and his family. I said, it's not a secret, but I wanted to let you know why you hadn't heard from me this week. My wife's brother's been living with us for 4 years due to advanced Parkinson's disease. Unfortunately, he had a heart attack here at the house a few days ago. I did CPR until the medics arrived. They found a pulse and a BP, but he coded again in the ambulance. Then he was revived and coded again several more times at the hospital. Eventually, we agreed that the effort should stop since his brain had been so long without proper blood flow. Barry Fincher was a first responder. After spending a decade flying helicopters for the Army, he spent the next 3 decades flying life flight in North Carolina, where he was instrumental in saving many lives. So it's been a very traumatic, immensely sad week here. I've spent the week tending to my wife and helping her with arrangements and whatnot, but I just wanted to give you a quick update since you haven't heard from me all week long. I appreciate you and all you do. All right. Hey, thank you, Tom Kelly. Prayers for you and the family. Difficult times. Things we all have to go through, but not a problem. And we'll get our news break here and back to your calls ahead at 844-844-3388 on a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
One day after his party failed to pass a massive abortion rights bill in the Senate, President Joe Biden paused on Thursday to remember the 1 million people in the U.S. who've died from COVID-19.
1 million empty chairs around the family dinner table, each irreplaceable, each leaving behind a family, a community, forever changed because of this pandemic.
The president is calling on Congress to provide more funding for testing, vaccines, and treatments. Airline bookings in the U.S. dropped 17% last month from March, according to CNBC. In addition, an Adobe report shows that consumers spent $7.8 billion on domestic tickets last month, which is down 13% from March. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman to the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little suggested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, forecasters tell us, for those listening friends out west, in particular in the Southwest, you are about to embark on a temperature roller coaster ride as temperatures are about to soar 10 to 20 degrees above normal for many locations in the coming days. So far this week, a large swath of the Southwest, you've been dealing with unseasonably cool conditions. You got a big, deep southward dip in the jet stream. As we mentioned last hour, places like Death Valley, California, and even Las Vegas, saw high temperatures 10 to 15 below average several days earlier this week. Wednesday, as I mentioned, Death Valley only hit 78 degrees. That's 21 degrees below where they would normally be. Normal high would be 99 this time of year. While at the same time, Chicago and Colorado Springs, Colorado, were actually hotter this week. Well, that relief from the heat will be brief, as the atmospheric traffic jam that's been in place, bringing those record highs and strong storms to the central states, and even some unseasonable warmth to the east. You've had that unseasonable chill out west. That's going to clear up this coming weekend. Temperatures begin to ramp up across the southwest and the south central states starting Sunday. Cities like Phoenix, where temperatures didn't even make it out of the 80s Wednesday, you'll be back into the triple digits by Saturday. Even Flagstaff, Arizona, at an elevation of about 7,000 feet, you're going to have highs 15 to 20 above normal by Saturday. While high temperatures near the triple-digit mark it's not terribly uncommon for Phoenix during the latter half of spring, this upcoming week of sizzling heat will be notable. Phoenix has hit 100 or more only once so far this year, and that was here a few days ago, May the 7th, when you hit 102. After waiting months for the first 100-degree reading, many more will come in rapid succession. Starting this weekend and right through next week, forecasters predict the high temperature in Phoenix will meet or exceed 100, starting Saturday through at least the middle of next week. Now, despite the heat, meteorologists say Phoenix will likely fall short of setting any record highs, but that heat will expand to both aerial coverage and intensity on Sunday. Many locations climbing a handful of degrees higher than Saturday. Flagstaff with a high near 80 Sunday, which is close to the daily record high for that date, 81. Elsewhere, Tucson, Sunday, you'll have the opportunity to challenge your record high for that day, which was set in 1934 at 104 degrees. All right, for many locations from central and southern California through the desert southwest and even to the south central states, temperatures are really going to feel downright summer-like, as temperatures are going to be closer to mid-late June levels. It looks like the summer-like heat sticks around for many through at least Monday. For some, temperatures remain elevated well into next week as well. So you've had some comfortable sleeping nights for several days. Might have even left the window open. That's going to be changing. Shut the windows, turn on the AC. All right, 844-844-3388. Morning to the Red Mule.
Well, Steve, I'm not in any hurry to get them triple-digit temperatures, but 2 nights ago I had some tomato plants and some cantaloupe plants to get frozen, so I hope it warms up a little bit. I replanted some of them. I don't understand that, Steve. I got, I guess, about 6 different varieties of tomatoes there, and some of them froze and some of them didn't. You reckon some of them are more frost-hardy than others are? Some varieties are more frost-hardy than others?
That distinct possibility, yeah.
Couple of items this morning, Steve. This past morning, I was trying to get a little exercise on the bicycle and flipping through the channels. Hit on CNBC partway or most of the way through their story, and they were talking about a bill, I understood it's supposed to go before Congress this past day, called NOPEC, N-O-P-E-C. Are you familiar with that?
NOPEC. I'm not familiar, no.
I don't know. It had something to do with oil, but I didn't quite follow up what it was on there. I didn't know if you could do a little research on that and come up on that one. Steve, what can you tell me about these? I don't even know how you say it. These other electric vehicles, RIVIAN. You know anything about them?
I'm not familiar with them either, no.
Well, I wasn't either, and one of them passed me the other day, and wife and I was trying to figure out what it was. I guess they're made in Normal, Illinois. They're supposed to be a pickup truck type vehicle. Ford Motor Company, I think, owns 10%, and Amazon owns 10%. And Ford was going to sell out their shares on the thing. And I don't know, I like to say it was a new one on me, but I like to say I guess there's supposed to be a rival to Tesla or something on there, so that might be something of interest to your readers there. Hey, Steve, I got a question for you here. Now, I listen to XM radio, and they advertise all kinds of things on there, and this, what's his name, Ray Benson from Sleep at the Wheel, he's advertising this, I guess, a housing development down there around Houston, and he's talking about all the amenities they got in there. He said they got equestrian trails and biking trails. Now, is that two separate sets of trails? Because if I was a biker, I mean, Steve, I've ridden a horse a couple times in my life, and they usually kind of do stuff sometimes.
Yeah.
And most of these people that ride these bikes, ride them, ain't got no fenders on them. I think that could get real ugly, don't you?
You might be slinging some shish kebab.
Yeah, you might. So I don't know that that's really a selling point. It wouldn't be to me, but I don't know. Maybe somebody will call in and educate me on it. So that's all I got, Steve. I got to pull off up here and get a little bit of fuel, so I'll be listening to you off and on the rest of the night.
All right. I've got an answer to one of your questions. The question about NOPEC. We're all familiar with OPEC, and I had not heard of apparently it's a piece of legislation, the NOPEC bill. According to the report from Yahoo Finance this past day, could send oil prices to $300. Do what? All right, from oilprice.com. If the U.S. passes the NOPEC bill, which is a bill designed to pave the way for lawsuits against OPEC members for market manipulation, the oil market could face even more chaos. OPEC's most influential energy ministers warned against passing the legislation, suggesting it could send oil prices soaring by 200 or 300%. The last thing we want is someone trying to hinder that system, according to the United Arab Emirates energy minister at a press conference in Abu Dhabi, referring to the system that OPEC has had in place for decades to ensure supply to the market is adequate. Well, adequate according to their view. If you hinder that system, you need to watch what you're asking for. Because having a chaotic market, you would see a 200 or 300% increase in prices that the world cannot handle. Well, he's speaking to a panel at the World Utilities Congress hosted by CNBC's Dan Murphy. As gas prices continue to hit record highs, some lawmakers are looking to resurrect the NOPEC legislation that would allow the U.S. Attorney General to sue OPEC or its member states for antitrust behavior. They say forms of the NOPEC bill have been considered in Congress committees for nearly 20 years, but they've never made it out of committee discussions. So now OPEC is warning of greater market chaos if NOPEC becomes law. It's not only OPEC that's been warning about the implications for America in setting a precedent to remove sovereign immunity. The most powerful oil lobby in the United States, the American Petroleum Institute, said they are also against such legislation, arguing it would bring unintended harm to America's oil and gas industry and America's interest in the world. So is the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. While the White House expressed concerns about the implications of such a law, last week the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee approved the so-called NOPEC legislation. No Oil Producing and Exporting Cartels Act. That's what that refers to. No Oil Producing and Exporting Cartels Act. Forms of antitrust legislation aimed at OPEC were discussed at various times, even under the George W. Bush administration as well as the Obama administration. But both of those presidents threatened to veto such legislation. This time, it's unclear if the bill would be moved for discussion at the Senate and then to President Biden's desk, and it's unclear whether he would sign such legislation into law. Oh boy. Commenting on the Senate Judiciary Committee's approval of the bill, Jen Psaki said, I do not have an official position on this legislation right now, but we do believe that the potential implications and unintended consequences would require further study and deliberation, particularly during this dynamic moment in the global energy markets. So we're taking a look at it, certainly have some concerns about what those potential implications could be. Major trade groups have already expressed opposition to the bill, saying it's going to backfire on America's oil and gas industry and U.S. interests. Sounds like it's something we probably don't want to do. The unintended consequences, right? The American Petroleum Institute said this bill could have an unintended negative impact on America's oil and gas industry. We have opposed NOPEC legislation during previous discussions of a bill. In 2019, under President Trump, the Institute told the then members of the Senate and House Judiciary Committees, quote, we see this legislation as creating significant detrimental exposure to U.S. diplomatic, military, and business interest while having limited impact on the market concerns, which is actually what's driving the legislation. Okay. Last week, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce addressed the Senate Committee on the Judiciary, saying, we oppose the bill known as S-977, Senate Bill 977. Okay. There's the answer to that question. I guess we want to say no to NOPEC. Hands off. 9 before the hour, and we'll get back to your calls in 2. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
Only you can prevent wildfires.
but there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, who else we got checking in here? Hey there, Steve. Uncle Cooter here. And it's not just Uncle Cooter anymore. I have a 3-month-old son at home now. Thankfully, my wife's doing the pump and feed thing. So we're not being affected by the baby formula shortage. There you go. Thumbs up, right? All right, who the hell is Freedom Inc.? Freedom Inc. says, why would anyone want to vote Democrat, Republican, or Independent? At what point exactly will people get it? Trump pushed the communist agenda ahead by decades in just 4 short years. But as long as people are happy today, they ignore the facts. All right, Freedom Inc., would you indulge me? What in the hell are you talking about? Trump pushed the communist agenda ahead? Yeah, you must be delusional. Yeah, for the 4 years Donald Trump was in office, Russia was in check, buddy. And what's transpiring right now under this current administration, Russia is out of control. Again, you get a Dumbass of the Week nominee. What are you talking about? Okay, Freedom Inc. Let's see, who else? Joe's on board. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. A little bit late checking in. Have a nice 63 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. But hey, it's Friday the 13th. Everybody stay safe. Enjoy your weekend. You got it. Hey, Bourbon Street Gary. Morning, Bourbon Street. Morning, Steve, and the drivers. I'm starting my run to Blue Springs. Be safe, drivers. Everybody have a good weekend. Dwayne is on board with 62 degrees here in Troy, Ohio. I just got done for the night. Stay safe, everybody, and hammer down. Fat Kid Brody said, for Chevy Guy, stop breaking the law, and you won't have to worry about unmarked cars. Does that make sense? All right. Country Bumpkin checking in from Decatur, Illinois. Headed toward Grand Haven, Michigan to unload, then home for the weekend. Be safe, Overnight Drive Nation. Let's see. Fat Kid Brody says, Freedom Inc. fancies himself a libertarian. Okay. Then Brad says, Freedom Inc. is the minister in disguise. I don't know. Let's get back to the calls here. Always Moving is on board this Friday the 13th. Hey there.
Good morning. Happy Friday 13th to you and to everybody.
Thank you.
Have a variety pack here in my brain. It's just going all sorts of directions. So I'll be brief with each one. Angels come in assorted forms. One of them is Tom Kelly's brother-in-law, who was the helicopter pilot, saving so many lives. And another one is Tom Kelly and his wife for taking him in and caring for him. So angels are all around us. You just have to be aware to keep your eyes open and acknowledge them when you see them. But they are there. And so thank you to his brother-in-law for all the work he did. The NOPEC that you were talking about reminds me of a bill that I read about the other day. It's part of the Ukrainian aid package that they're putting together, and I don't know that it's been voted on yet, but tucked away in that bill was a whole bunch of aid for illegal immigrants. Gosh darn, just take my money and keep throwing it down that toilet. And so that would be something to check into a lot more. And then also wanted to thank you for reading the article that I emailed to you the other day. That article really bothered me on so many levels for so long, and I've been trying to find a way to grapple with it, that you would think that if somebody has a talent or somebody can, you know, some people are really natural athletes. So what, we shouldn't have a special camp for them to go to? We should just keep them with the other kids that, you know, can't do the stuff or don't want to do the stuff. And you know, you can want to do something, you could want to be really good in math, but your brain just can't wrap around it. But if your brain can wrap around math and it's something that you're good at, why wouldn't you want to put that person in an honors class and let them exceed to be the very best that they can be and take their talents and run with it? So that whole school board that said they were doing away with the honors classes, I just don't understand that. I don't know why you would want to make everybody a cookie cutter of the other person and not take someone with talent and let them soar. That isn't what they do with football.
I mean, all I could figure is, I mean, this is the everybody gets a ribbon kind of mentality these days. So I guess if someone has exceptional brain power, intelligence, to give them any credit for being the smart person they are, I guess it's downgrading those that aren't maybe as intelligent. Heaven forbid someone be smarter than a classmate. But hey, if you don't mind always moving, I know you had a couple of topics, but hey, can we pause right there, take care of our news break, and come back with more? We'll pick up there on a Friday morning. And it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The House committee investigating the attack on the U.S. Capitol issued 5 subpoenas for members of Congress on Thursday. It includes House GOP leader Kevin McCarthy. This marks the first time the committee has tried to compel testimony from fellow lawmakers. In addition, the committee is issuing subpoenas to Scott Perry, Jim Jordan, Andy Biggs, and Mo Brooks. Those representatives are all considered allies of former President Donald Trump. Also from D.C., the Senate is expected to vote next week on a bill to help restaurants, bars, and other small businesses stay in business. The $48 billion aid package targets enterprises which saw big revenue losses during the pandemic and government-imposed shutdowns. The main goal of the bill is to provide a lifeline to the applicants who did not receive grant money through the Restaurant Revitalization Fund. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1 1-800-888-7630 and you are guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan silver dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
A Florida congresswoman is sharing photos which shows images of pallets of infant formula at a migrant processing facility near the U.S.-Mexico border. Representative Kat Kamek tweeted, quote, "This is what America last looks like," unquote. Meanwhile, two of Kamek's colleagues sent a letter to the FDA demanding it address the baby formula shortage on store shelves across the country. House Republican Conference Chair Elise Stefanik of New York.
House Republicans are here to push for action from the FDA and the Biden administration, who should have had a plan for this shortage months ago. As a new mother, I understand personally the severity of this challenge. My son Sam is 9 months old. He is formula fed. And even in my trips to the grocery store in upstate New York, the shelves have been fairly empty.
And the owner of Kentucky Derby winner Rich Strike said the horse will not run in the Preakness. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
A wildfire is wreaking havoc out west, and firefighters are working to contain it.
A wildfire that erupted Wednesday afternoon in coastal Southern California torched rows of multi-million-dollar mansions. Brian Fennessy, chief of the Orange County Fire Authority, spoke to reporters late Wednesday evening.
The focus is to get into these homes, to really take a look at those attics, to get down in the vegetation, to really make sure that we're not leaving any hot embers in place so that when the wind does pick up again, that we've missed anything and we have, a rekindle.
Fennessy said at least 20 homes were destroyed as the wildfire spread to some 200 acres, driven by wind gusts and fueled by dry brush. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The biggest white diamond ever mined just sold for nearly $22 million. The rock, as it's known, sold at Christie's annual Magnificent Jewels auction in Switzerland on Wednesday. Christie's refused to name the buyer. While the $21.9 million sale price is impressive, it's a lot less than the auction house expected it to bring. A Michigan pickle pioneer has died. Robert Velasic, who helped push his family's local business into a national pickle mainstay, died Sunday at the age of 96 from natural causes. A visitation and funeral will take place at the end of the month. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here we are, back on a Friday, TGIF. The 13th, no less. Hey, real quick, got an email from the Dipsy driver right as we were wrapping things up yesterday morning. Said, morning, Steve. My wife leased a new Buick Envision today. She's been waiting since March for the dealer to get some in stock. They have 5 in stock. The one she picked is missing the microchip, the chip that controls the heated seats and the heated steering wheel. They say they're going to treat it as a recall when the dealer finally ever receives the chip. Hopefully they'll get them in before next winter. Seems kind of funny that only those 2 options are the ones missing. Have a great day. Looking forward to the replay. And all right. Yeah, checked in late this past morning. Everybody stay safe out there. I know that they got these vehicles. They're waiting for the chips. And as the chips come in, I guess when they get to the point, if that's the only 2 options, obviously it's a fully functioning vehicle. You just don't have the heated seats, the heated steering wheel. And when the chip comes in, there's a lot of other components, other chips that you can't sell the car without the chips. All right, always moving. Thanks for hanging in there. Welcome back.
Well, thank you for holding me over. So in thinking of, back to the topic of this school board taking away the honors classes, I took some honor classes when I was in high school, and even in college. I purposefully enrolled in and asked to take some honor classes and do some extracurricular activities to, improve my grade, so that when I went out and looked for a job, I could say, hey, I did this, I did that. And one of the projects I worked on at one of the hospitals, they asked if they could present it to the board. I mean, they were really impressed with what I had come up with. And I'm like, sure, go right ahead. I mean, that's what you call creative and mother and invention, when you have someone that wants to think outside of the box and you give it to them and let them run with it. Isn't that how we got to the outer space? Isn't that how things are developed and brought around? So to think that you want to squash the American spirit, as they say, that is so contrary to anything. I mean, to even finding America's, if you would, it absolutely blows my mind. And I know I heard you say the other day about everybody getting a trophy, everybody getting a medal. I think it's more about, we don't care about you being extra smart. We're not going to go with that. We're going to deal with this group over here. So we don't care that you were born and raised in America. We're going to take care of the illegals that come in over here. And we don't care about how you feel. We're going to push our agenda on you. I mean, it's just absolutely maddening. And in thinking about it all week long and having it wear on my brain, I kind of decided that maybe I need to take a better attitude at this. Instead of complaining, instead of hoping that my vote is going to count for something that I've always believed in, and that's the only way to change it is with a vote. It is an option, but, maybe I need to, and or others need to get, quote, more involved in a hands-on effort. And I know everybody is struggling with working, and God knows I work 2 jobs, and I'm stretched to the limit. But if there is something that I could do to help an agenda that I feel a real sense of commitment to, I think I need to do it. I mean, it's almost, as you want to call it, a call to arms. Instead of taking up a military type of weapon, that you take up, I'm so sorry, that was something all over the road. And now it's all over my bumper. I think it used to be a deer. And so probably there's a fawn somewhere that doesn't have its mom now. Anyway, that, there's more than just a vote to help change things. There's more than just sitting around complaining. There's an actual doing of something, and maybe it's a letter writing campaign, maybe it's, you know, going door to door, whatever. I mean, I don't know, but I'm trying to find a better attitude to take, so that I don't feel so frustrated, that maybe I feel like I'm actually making a change, helping it out. Maybe it's just by education. I don't know. I mean, does any of this make sense to you?
Trying to wrap your brain around it,
getting-
yeah, it's very difficult to do. I get you. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm so frustrated. I'm so flustered at things. You know, a week and a half ago, you read a lovely excerpt from an interview, and I was hopeful that finally we were going to get somewhere. And again, that has died out, gone away. I don't know where it is. I was hopeful that night, and I thought, okay, here we go. And you know, and then you read about this, you know, this bill with, we're going to put all this aid in here for the illegals, and you know, and I mean, it's just, it's so screwed up. The whole way the government and they do things in Washington is just so screwed up, and it's not for the benefit of the country. It's not for the benefit of us as the citizens. It's, I don't know what. I'm absolutely lost as to, you know, they're sticking their nose into everything, and you guys talk about it with the trucking. They're trying to tell you every little tiny minute detail that you need to worry about. It's caring about people that are, we have to send all this aid to Ukraine because they need the money. We have to, you know, we have to help them. We have to help the illegals. We have to help whatever. Now, it's okay to kill your own child, but by golly, don't you kill any puppies. Now, that's inhumane.
Yep.
You know, you can't do that. You know, we're not going to take care of the honor students and take someone that has a passion and could maybe, you know, in the STEM classes, the science and tech and math and all, we're not going to take them and run with their knowledge. Nope. We're going to do away with letting them flourish. We're going to work on the average Joe that maybe they just don't care. You know, and I see that so much, that they just don't care. Well, if they don't care, I mean, you have to care to get somewhere. So if you have someone that wants to care, if you have someone that wants to achieve, that wants to grow, don't you think that's the way to go? I don't know where this thought process has gotten so screwed up. And I don't know whether it's because I'm old or I'm older that I don't know. I'm trying to figure out a way in my brain to have a better positive impact on things. And I have enjoyed, as I used to tell them, and it's as simple as can be. When I was little growing up in Xenia, there was a bakery called Smith's Bakery, and Mrs. Smith would stand when you walked in the door, the wall was to the right, to the left was the counter with all the, you know, the glass cases with all the cookies and donuts and stuff in there. And as you walked to the back, as you got to the end, there was the open doorway back to the kitchen area. And there was a table right there by that doorway. And Mrs. Smith would stand there at that table and decorate cakes. And I was, you know, from 2 years old up. I mean, my memory goes way back to that. Standing there as a little kid, looking up, watching Mrs. Smith decorate cakes. And I was just bound and determined I was going to figure out how to do that. And when I was in 6th grade, my mother got me some cans with the little top things on it. I didn't know what I was doing with it, and I played with it. And when I was offered the opportunity to be the baker at a bakery, I jumped on it, and I watched the lady who was decorating cakes. And I bought some supplies, and I went home and I practiced, and I came back and I said, look what I could do. And eventually I had the #1 cake decorating business there in Xenia. Mm-hmm. And I took that and I ran on with my own business and stuff. And then I got on to teaching 4-H kids, and I taught out at Laurel Oaks and stuff. And and I taught my daughter, and I will teach anybody how to do it. But the thing of it is everybody can relate to the joy of a cake. And if I could show everybody how to do that, I'm keeping Mrs. Smith's talent alive from my desire, my passion for wanting to do that. And it's the same thing with the horses. You know, if you can educate and spread that, then so be it. So I don't know, maybe to have something to change the world, maybe I need to find a way to correct some of this craziness that's going on and take it and run with it instead of just complain about it. So I'm sorry. Thank you for being a lovely therapy session again. You're so good, Doctor.
That would be
Sommers. I appreciate it.
That'd be quite the task for one individual with all that we've got going on in this world. But yeah, I guess it has to start somewhere, right? Somebody has to get something started.
And you know, if it's one small step at a time, when Neil Armstrong, Neil that said it's one small step for man, one giant step for mankind. Just think if everybody around, instead of complaining, took a small step, it would be a giant leap forward in mankind. Maybe you go to you start going to the school board meetings, or maybe you just become active and engaged in what's going on around you besides just listening to the radio and complaining. And I'm not putting anything down about that. That's where you get your information, but you need to move forward with that and do something. So that's all. I have a good Friday. Have a great weekend, everybody, and take care.
A good Friday the 13th. How's that sound? And I guess the trains aren't moving along one track tonight from WHIO, just to the north of us here. Clark County train derailment this past evening, apparently. At least 20 rail cars have derailed from the tracks near Lower Valley Pike in Mad River Township this past evening. Firefighters called to the area about 5:30 this past evening after getting reports of a train derailment in the area. Initial reports indicated that at least 20 rail cars derailed in the incident. Heavy damage to the tracks. Firefighters reported that the cars appear to be box cars. Video that News Center 7 took at the scene showing some of the box cars were actually hauling new cars. Oh, boy. Firefighters also requested drones to check the length of the train for additional cars that might have derailed or separated there. So kind of a developing story. No injuries reported. Yeah, some of the photographs I'm looking at, though, rail cars in the river, in the drink. Many of them laid over. I guess the good news, I'm not seeing, doesn't appear to like there's any sort of chemical tankers or anything involved. It's like all I'm seeing in the photos is rail cars. Now, further back, hey, not too far from where these are derailed, I'm looking at another aerial photo. Yeah, there was a lot of tanker type of cars on the track, but all right, hopefully none of those derailed, because those kind of things, those scenarios can get ugly. Hey, we'll get a quick timeout and back to your calls this Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, back on a Friday, and Representative Ronnie Jackson of Texas. You don't recognize the name. He's the physician. You're talking about President of the United States again, his cognitive decline. Ronnie Jackson this past day says anyone can assess that he won't last 4 years. I've been saying it for a long time. You don't need to be a doctor to diagnose this guy anymore. Any average American citizen can look at this man, look at his behavior, look at just the way he carries himself, the way he gets lost, confused, shuffles around. He looks old. He strikes out. He can't control his temper anymore. All evidence of cognitive decline. And it's related to his age. Now, Jackson is seeking re-election this year in Texas' 13th congressional district, asserting that the president's cognitive decline is only going to get worse. It's happening right before our very eyes. I've been saying this since he was candidate Joe Biden, that this man is not fit to be our commander-in-chief and our head of state. And Ronnie Jackson actually served as the physician to the president from 2013 to 2018. In other words, he was physician for Barack Obama as well as Donald Trump. Even Democrats are starting to say it. And they're going to have to figure out what to do with him. He's not going to make it to 2024. He's not going to make it to the end of this term. This is only going to get worse. It's going to get rapidly worse, and this is downright dangerous. Dangerous for our country, was his quote from physician Ronnie Jackson. I think he's right. All right, let's get back to the calls this morning and see what's going on with Eagle, who's in Texas, I believe. Morning, Eagle, what's happening?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I got a couple of things to talk about. Yeah, you kind of took the words out of my mouth when it comes to good old Joe Biden. Yeah, Steve, did you say that was your opinion that it was dangerous that Joe Biden is in the condition that he is in, you know, with the dementia? Why do you think it's dangerous to have him continue on as president.
That was actually a quote from the Representative Ronnie Jackson, who was the physician, the president's physician for Barack Obama, as well as Donald Trump. And he's the one that says it's dangerous for the country. I mean, if this guy is actually supposed to be making decisions, that is downright dangerous. How can anyone with his cognitive state be making life and death decisions for this country?
Yeah. I just wanted to see, what your explanation. I mean, or whoever said that. But I agree with that person. That it's a bad situation. Something, Steve. I overheard. I was listening to a radio show yesterday, and even before, this Ukraine war is starting to be, more and more suspicious to me when it comes to Joe Biden, because that I didn't realize. Did you know that most of Hunter Biden was involved in Ukraine? Years ago?
Oh yeah, he was on the board of the oil company there. Absolutely.
Oh, okay, and then a couple of years later, all of a sudden, Ukraine is being invaded by Russia. Something is, Sean Hannity was talking about this today on his show. Something is not adding up. Something is not adding up between the two when it concerns Biden and Ukraine, his son, and plus, all they did, Donald Trump's first couple of years in the White House was accuse him of Russia. So these two names keep popping up, Russia and Ukraine, when it comes to politics. So I'll let the people think about that tonight. When it comes to that, something is not adding up when it comes to the Biden in this Ukraine situation. Okay, now here's the deal, Steve. I listened to somebody today. They said that Joe Biden, even if he does make it to 2024, that the Democrats are not going to waste their time running him as a president, because they know that this man ain't nowhere in hell. Nobody. Well, like I said before, I thought that in 2020. You see how that turned out. The Democrats have other things in mind. If you can't win the election fairly, they'll do it another way. But if they run a legit campaign, there's no way in hell that Joe Biden is going to win more votes than Donald Trump or the man from Florida or any other Republican that decides to run. So, from what I've been hearing, they said that they're going to throw him out in the trash can where he belongs. Throw him in the garbage. Okay, so he won't be in consideration for the Democrats. And Kamala Harris, she's definitely not going to be in running. They realize now that they made a very bad mistake by giving her that job because she's not capable of running the USA. They got their fingers crossed right now, Steve, fingers and toes crossed, that Joe Biden can make it to 2024 and that she don't have to take over, because she's a clown show. So she won't be the Democratic representative in 2024 either. Who this individual will be running for the Democrats is, I don't know. Really don't care at this point, because I don't want to see him get in the White House to begin with. But like I said before, a bad situation is getting worse, Steve. The inflation in America. You talked yesterday about the high gas setting records, and he can blame Vladimir Putin all he want to blame, but I know who the blame really goes to, and it ain't no Vladimir Putin that's responsible for the high gas prices, the high food prices, the high everything prices. It's Joe Biden. He can tell that lie to somebody who will believe it, because I ain't believing it. Because things are totally out of control right now in America, Steve. You go to a grocery store now, you almost fall out in the floor when I was looking at some of the prices today. It's just amazing how much the price of a box of cereal. When I was a kid, Steve, you could walk into a grocery store and get a box of cornflakes for about $1. A box, and now that same box of cornflakes might cost you $5 or $6 for a box of cornflakes, and then you ain't got no damn milk yet. You still ain't bought the milk yet. It's really sad, Steve. I really, like I say, I don't see how anybody that has kids nowadays. I don't even know how you can afford to feed your kids. If you have 3 or 4 or 5, 6 kids, God help you. I really don't see how anybody can afford to feed a family right now. This is just terrible. And what did you say?
Go ahead, Eagle. I'm sorry. That was audio that wasn't supposed to be coming through.
Oh, okay. Yeah. This is bad, Steve. The inflation in America. I never thought I would see this in my lifetime. Let me hold up for a minute. Let me look at this billboard right quick. I'm at the truck stop. Let me see how much. Well, I think they so embarrassed how high the gas is, the diesel is. They don't even put the price up no more. I'm at a Love's truck stop right now over here by the billboard, and they got the diesel price blanked out. I guess they don't want you to know how much it costs because you might not pull in if you see how expensive it is. That's how bad it is right now with the price of fuel, Steve. It's real bad. My company, they don't got so bad now. This is the first time I really seen it in the company. Cause it takes 200 gallons of fuel to fuel up my truck. And yesterday when I went to go fuel up, they shut the pump off at 150 gallons. The pump just shut off. You know, it normally have to go to 200 to fill the thing up. So I didn't even get a full tank of damn gas with 150 gallons that they allowed me. That's how I spent. That was $1,000 right there.
And that's
150 gallons.
And so, that's probably why the pump shut off. I know people have been saying that some of these pumps are only allowing $1,000 purchase at a time. That's probably what you did.
Yeah. I thought something was wrong with the pump. I was standing by the nozzle, pumping the fuel, and the next thing, the pump shut off. What the hell was going on? And I called up my company. They said, "Yeah, we shut the thing off at 150. When they get to $1,000, the pump just shuts off." So that's how bad it is now, Steve. The pump don't even, once it gets to $1,000, I don't know, the damn pump stops. So it's real. I've never seen this in my lifetime of trucking. I've been doing this since '98. I never thought I'd see a day when we would have $6 gas. Not in my worst nightmare. And that's exactly what it is, Steve, is a nightmare. We living in a nightmare right now. It's just really scary now. And the sad part about it is, Steve, is we got 2 more years to go with this guy. I never thought, I told you this a couple weeks ago. You might see, you're a very smart man. You keep up with these things. I'd like for you to answer that question after I hang up with. Do you think that it's possible we might get close to $10 a gallon for diesel fuel by the time this knucklehead leaves the White House? And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, Eagle, you're not the only one that's been prognosticating. I've seen some posts on social media. Who was it? Was it Knucklebuster? I think he's been saying, "Hey, your $10 a gallon's coming," I believe. And with that, let's get our quick news break in. We'll return with more on a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The House committee investigating the attack on the U.S. Capitol issued 5 subpoenas for members of Congress on Thursday. It includes House GOP leader Kevin McCarthy. This marks the first time the committee has tried to compel testimony from fellow lawmakers. In addition, the committee is issuing subpoenas to Scott Perry, Jim Jordan, Andy Biggs, and Mo Brooks. Those representatives are all considered allies of former President Donald Trump. Also from D.C., the Senate is expected to vote next week on a bill to help restaurants, bars, and other small businesses stay in business. The $48 billion aid package targets enterprises which saw big revenue losses during the pandemic and government-imposed shutdowns. The main goal of the bill is to provide a lifeline to the applicants who did not receive grant money through the Restaurant Revitalization Fund. You're listening to USA Radio News.
An adult elephant can weigh up to 6 tons. The average person, 150 pounds. Ever heard of carfentanil? It's a large wild animal tranquilizer. Illegal drug dealers lace heroin with it. It can kill the average human. If you or a loved one is addicted to opiates, even pain pills, don't wait until it's too late. Call the Detox and Treatment Helpline now. We care. Many of us have been where you are. We'll take you or a loved one away from the drug environment to a place you can clean out safely. Plus, we'll work with your insurance company to make sure you get the treatment you need. And with a Family Medical Leave Act, you're allowed by law to get away for help without telling your employer why. Call now to save a life. 800-707-9709. 800-707-9709. That's 800-707-9709.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment, available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let me see who sent me the link here. Deranger. Thank you, Deranger. I think that's the one that's what Red Mule was asking about, correct? The vehicle, are you familiar with the Rivian? Nope, never heard of it. Deranger pulled it up from Car and Driver magazine. The 2022 Rivian R1T, a futuristic-looking all-electric pickup truck that boasts 4 electric motors, lightning-quick acceleration, and 314 miles estimated range. Those credentials and more help the first model of Rivian, which is a startup based out of Irvine, California, according to they've earned the Editor's Choice Award. 215.6-inch long, the crew cab only R1T splits the difference in size between mid-size pickups like the Ranger and full-size trucks like the Ram 1500. The R1T, the first electric truck to make it to production in what is shaping up to be a competitive market soon, which will include the F-150 Ford Lightning and the GMC Hummer EV SUT. The R1T is sold directly to consumers, although Rivian says they're also going to set up a network of service centers and Tesla-like stores. Yeah, pricing. Let me scroll back up here. Starting price, $79,500. That's your base model. So I guess you're looking at anywhere from 80 to 100 grand for a Rivian electric vehicle. Wow. Yeah, I'll take 2. Okay. All right, let's get back to the calls here. Sundance Kid on board. Hey there, Sundance.
Hey, how you doing, Mr. Sommers?
Doing well. What's happening? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. I called in last night, you remember?
Yeah, I had some drivers questioning. I don't know. You break down your numbers for them. I mean, when you said you made 300 grand or something, I guess is what they were questioning. Is that as like an owner operator, including your fuel prices, or what?
Well, that was my gross. Wasn't my net. My net was like 160. And I sent you some numbers after that call. I sent you my whole deposits from January, end of April, and I added them up for you so you wouldn't have to. You can share them in class, but my deposits for this year for the first 4 months was $68,017 to me, after my truck payment of $3,300 a month, and after my fuel, and after my maintenance account, and everything else. And if I can't stay on that same trajectory right there, and my gross on my pay stub, I was over $140,000 for that quarter. So that's going to put me at 400. I'm on schedule for 420,000 and 204,000 to me. And I'm not here. I don't have to lie to nobody to be the friend. I sent you proof.
Did you say you're in like a 55 or 62? What did you say your truck was governed at?
No, I was saying it doesn't matter if you run 65 or 55 or 72. I run 73. I'm governed at 73. I'm not governed. I mean, I don't have to be governed. I could run faster, but I don't. I run 73. I pass a lot of trucks, and I might get passed by about 3 or 4 trucks. 73 is a good speed. I get 6.8 miles to the gallon. I use my Hot Shots stiction eliminator in this truck. I've been using it. I'm on the automatic monthly program. I'm getting an oil change today. I've got another bottle that sent me the diesel treat and the stiction eliminator. I put both of them in my truck every month. So, great product. Love the product. But what I was going to say is, it doesn't matter if you run 72. You can only run 8 3/4 hours a day. But the problem is, it doesn't matter how fast you go. It's all about the efficiency of your freight. If you can run 75, and then you might sit 4, 5, 6 hours to get a load. Well, if I run 55, and my shipment that I'm picking up, I don't have to wait that long. I'm more efficient. It doesn't matter how fast you run. That's what I was trying to say. But my numbers are, they're there.
And I guess that's the other question, I guess, was like what kind of rate per mile are you getting?
Okay, all right. So last year when I made that 300,000 and I brought home 160, I averaged $1.92 per mile to the truck for every mile, bobtail, PC to the house to go home for the weekend. I'm about 6 miles from the yard, but I take my truck home. That was for every mile, loaded, empty, everything. But yeah, I mean, and my rate, that was to me. So you have to, and I've said this before on the show, the number is, and you don't have to get mad at nobody, but the number is you have to run for whatever the price of fuel is divided by 2. So if it goes to $10 a gallon, you have to run for $5 a mile plus 50 cents. Now that works for 80 cents a mile diesel, because that's when I got in this deal. Back in the day, I run at 80 cents a mile. I was getting 80 cents a mile, and diesel was 80 cents a gallon, and I made extra for unloading trailers, so the unloading trailer part. But I averaged like $1.14 a mile. I made great money back in 96, 97, 98, till the fuel went to up to $2 a gallon. It doubled overnight in August of 99, and that's why I voted for George Bush. But that didn't work out for me because he made it even worse. And adjusted for inflation, diesel is not as high as it was in 2008 right now. We still got a little bit to go. This is not the highest adjusted for inflation diesel has ever been in this industry. But instead of people naysaying me, I wish they would listen and not if you're not getting that money, Steve, you got my number, I hope. If somebody wants to call and you give them my number and have them call the Sundance Kid and just ask for me, I will help them. I work for a great company. We're a little 60 truck company, and I'm on. Like I said, I have a friend come over from another carrier. He was getting $1.15 a mile plus fuel surcharge. He cleared $47,000 for the year. He cleared that his first 4 months while he was here, and he's been working hard. He's not working as hard. He's home every weekend. I'm home every weekend. The only time I did a 34 on the road last year was because I was mad at the old lady. And that was twice last year. So I just said, hell with it, I'm going to get my 34. But I didn't make no more money those weeks when I took a 34 on the road. So, like I said, you got my number. If anybody wants to make some money, I mean, we have our brokerage thing. We have logistics company. I mean, we got a customer we got a bid on last year, 13,000 loads, and we got 60 trucks. We got so much freight. My boss man said I could put on 200 trucks, but he can't find drivers. But this year right now, I'm better than I was last year. Like I said, I'm on pace for 420 and bring home 204. And like I said, I drive a 2020 Peterbilt 579. Life is good.
And so you're getting 6.3 miles per gallon at 73 mile an hour. 6.8.
Yes, sir. And that's due. Yep. And I'm gonna tell you what. I'll tell you this. I changed from Bridgestone to Michelin's because I run into a Landstar guy. I got an extra 0.8 of a mile just by changing tires, and it was amazing. They told me it was an energy efficient tire. It's that ND2 Michelin tire, and it rides better. And I picked. I mean, boom. I mean, it was like crazy. I mean, I saved $4,000 in fuel in 1 month. When I put them tires on, it's amazing. I put $19,600 in the bank in the month of April. I haven't looked at May yet.
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, you're answering the questions that some of our drivers were asking about. So yeah, I've got your number. I'll pass it on. All right, Sundance Kid. All right, 10 before the hour. Somebody was asking you, Eagle. Yeah, do you think? Yeah, prices could go to $10 per gallon. I have no idea where it's going. I do see that they're anticipating prices continuing to rise. We're going to see continued price hikes climbing, right on up through Memorial Day weekend, which is now about 2 weeks away, right? We'll be getting into the Memorial Day weekend. Yeah, let me get a quick timeout, and we'll come back and we'll pick up there. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So the so-called experts are saying, no, we're not going to see $10 a gallon. What about $6 or $7 per gallon for gas? Now, CNBC a couple of days ago said in over 10 states, the average retail price for gas over $4.34, including California, which is averaging $5.44 at the pump, which has many wondering, are we going to see those elevated prices elsewhere, and are these prices going to last? Now, this, again, so-called expert says for now, 98 or 99% of Americans don't have to worry about $6 or $7 a gallon, or some of those apocalyptic numbers like 10. DeHaan, who argues that such an increase would require unforeseen events to further limit the global supply, like potentially, say, oil rigs in the Gulf of Mexico being damaged by hurricanes. Well, that definitely could happen, right? But it's not a guarantee. He expects the rate of price increases to level off, but remaining elevated for the rest of the year, barring some sort of a big event or additional change in the crude market. We're now predicting a yearly national average of $4. And I think that's pretty likely to stick. Yeah, prices at the pump reflect the current prices of about $115 for a barrel of oil. Now, if oil were to jump by $20 per barrel, something we haven't seen since 2008, obviously the pace of retail price increases will accelerate again. So I don't know. Right now, it's just, the big numbers are the diesel numbers, especially with the limited supply, the shortages that are coming to fruition there in the Northeast. Yeah, let's get back to the calls here. RC on the line. Morning, RC. What's happening?
Hey, Steve. Yeah, look, man, going down 95, it's $6, right around $6 a gallon for diesel. But look, I want to talk about the Pennsylvania Senate race. Donald Trump endorsed Dr. Oz.
Dr. Oz, right?
Dr. Oz.
Hey, RC, is there a way can you get your audio up a bit? Your phone's really, really weak. Having a hard time hearing you.
Oh, is it? Okay. No, it's my home phone. It shouldn't be bad, but I got everything. Hey, can you hear me now?
Well, maybe a little bit better. It's pretty weak. But yeah, so Donald Trump endorsed Dr. Oz. You got this female that's supposedly rising in the polls anyway. But
right, exactly. She's rising up big time, and I hope you can hear me. I don't know, but I do have my cell phone. I'll call you back later. But then there's a big money guy, and it's like, well, wait a minute, and everybody's saying, well, no, don't go with her because Trump. But Dr. Oz is a fake, man. Come on.
you don't like Dr. Oz?
No, I do not like Dr. Oz. I think he's a phony, and it's like, come on. Oprah made him. Oprah made this guy.
So I know your Pennsylvania primary is just a couple weeks away now. It's coming down to the wire.
Yeah, Tuesday.
Who you looking at? Who you looking to vote for, RC? Do you like the female Kathy Barnett?
I'm actually in North Carolina.
Oh, okay.
I did give to Kathy Barnett's campaign because I'm like, look, I mean, Dr. Oz just seems really fake to me. And it's just like he's cashing in on the celebrity. And it's like,
well, that always plays a role. I mean, more and more people are going to know his name when they look at the ballot, Dr. Oz. I don't think won't say Dr. Oz on the ballot, will it? All right. So yesterday, he brought it up. I mean, I'm not paying much attention to the Pennsylvania Senate race. I have no skin in the fight. I have no say in the matter. But Trump endorsed through his support behind Dr. Oz. All I know is the reports say Kathy Barnett, who was kind of dismissed as a viable candidate for the Pennsylvania race, Trump says she'll never be able to win the general election. His quote, Kathy Barnett will never be able to win the general election against the radical left Democrats. Barnett could have a wonderful future. He would support her if she were vetted, but she's got a lot of things in her past that have not been explained or vetted to date. But if she's able to do so, she'll have a wonderful future in the Republican Party. And I would be behind her. But right now, Dr. Oz is the only one who would be able to defeat the crazed lunatic Democrat in Pennsylvania. A vote for anyone else in the primary is going to be a vote against victory come November. All right. What else did Trump have to say? The Commonwealth of PA has an opportunity to save America by electing the brilliant, well-known Dr. Mehmet Oz for the Senate. I've known him for many years, as many others have, and even if only through his very successful television show, he's lived with us through the screen, and he's always been popular, and he's been respected and very smart. Where's it going to go in Pennsylvania? All right, we got to get our news update as we roll up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The House committee investigating the attack on the U.S. Capitol issued 5 subpoenas for members of Congress on Thursday. It includes House GOP leader Kevin McCarthy. This marks the first time the committee has tried to compel testimony from fellow lawmakers. In addition, the committee is issuing subpoenas to Scott Perry, Jim Jordan, Andy Biggs, and Mo Brooks. Those representatives are all considered allies of former President Donald Trump. Also from D.C., the Senate is expected to vote next week on a bill to help restaurants, bars, and other small businesses stay in business. The $48 billion aid package targets enterprises which saw big revenue losses during the pandemic and government-imposed shutdowns. The main goal of the bill is to provide a lifeline to the applicants who did not receive grant money through the Restaurant Revitalization Fund. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you are guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
A Florida congresswoman is sharing photos which shows images of pallets of infant formula at a migrant processing facility near the U.S.-Mexico border. Representative Kat Cammack tweeted, quote, "This is what America last looks like," unquote. Meanwhile, 2 of Cammack's colleagues sent a letter to the FDA demanding it address the baby formula shortage on store shelves across the country. House Republican Conference Chair Elise Stefanik of New York.
House Republicans are here to push for action from the FDA and the Biden administration, who should have had a plan for this shortage months ago. As a new mother, I understand personally the severity of this challenge. My son Sam is 9 months old. He is formula fed. And even in my trips to the grocery store in upstate New York, the shelves have been fairly empty.
And the owner of Kentucky Derby winner Rich Strike said the horse will not run in the Preakness. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Fort Laramie. Have gun. Will travel.
Frontier gentleman.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online. Just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
A wildfire is wreaking havoc out west, and firefighters are working to contain it.
A wildfire that erupted Wednesday afternoon in coastal Southern California torched rows of multi-million-dollar mansions. Brian Fennessy, chief of the Orange County Fire Authority, spoke to reporters late Wednesday evening.
The focus is to get into these homes, to really take a look at those attics, to get down in the vegetation, to really make sure that we're not leaving any hot embers in place so that when the wind does pick up again, that we've missed anything and we have, a rekindle.
Fennessy said at least 20 homes were destroyed as the wildfire spread to some 200 acres, driven by wind gusts and fueled by dry brush. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The biggest white diamond ever mined just sold for nearly $22 million. The rock, as it's known, sold at Christie's annual Magnificent Jewels auction in Switzerland on Wednesday. Christie's refused to name the buyer. While the $21.9 million sale price is impressive, it's a lot less than the auction house expected it to bring. A Michigan pickle pioneer has died. Robert Vlasic, who helped push his family's local business into a national pickle mainstay, died Sunday at the age of 96 from natural causes. A visitation and funeral will take place at the end of the month. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, got her rolling into a Friday. I hope you've had a good week. Some have had a better week than others. Yeah, a lot of damage in eastern South Dakota, western Minnesota, that line of storms, which, according to the National Weather Service, apparently it actually met the criteria for what is known as a derecho this past day. Large clusters of thunderstorms that commonly form in late spring and summer, leaving wide, long areas of straight-line wind damage. The power outage numbers, they jumped well over 110,000 across eastern South Dakota and western Minnesota. Had a wind gust over 105 miles per hour near Tripp, South Dakota, about 60 miles southwest of Sioux Falls. Dozens of other reports, winds in excess of 75 miles per hour. Semis blown over. I see a post here from one guy, one truck driver that's out there, taking pictures as he goes by. He said, I've seen 6 of these since we left Brookings, and we're still north of Baltic. I'm not sure how much territory. So rolling down the interstate, just there's a truck blown over, there's another truck blown over, and yeah, a lot of trucks on their sides there this past day. Okay, with that, welcome into our friends on the West Coast. Welcome into a Friday as we officially cross over that midnight hour on the West Coast. And Scarecrow's on board. Morning, Scarecrow. Happy Friday, the 13th.
Damn you, Steve. Will you give that up, man? I've been looking at an engine trouble light on my dash since I left the yard, and I keep getting these blessings of Friday the 13th. Let me tell you, I sitting up on the edge of my seat waiting for that cloud overhead to come down on me here. You know, Eagle touched on it just for a brief moment there. I've wondered for years how they can get $3-4 for a box of cereal that doesn't have 20 cents worth of grain in it, but it's all about packaging and processing, the human labor. You know, shucks, you remember probably about 8 years back, GM, they were just happier than a lark for every Suburban they were able to sell. Their profit was about 11 grand per copy, you know. But either way, somebody's going to the woodshed here, buddy, and that's enough of the happy Friday the 13th anyway.
Well, don't be walking under ladders. Don't be breaking any mirrors. Watch out for the black cats.
Well, let me tell you, you won't be alone because Always Moving's going to be joining you in there. She had, if you're listening there yet, Always Moving, that happy the 13th, and then talk about the cake decorating. This is another reason for her going to the woodshed. If she had anything to do with the cake decorating at our local grocery chain bakery, my bride, she got a little birthday cupcake for me last weekend there. I was taking leftovers out of the fridge maybe last Friday or so, our weekly leftover night, and here comes out this cupcake all frosted up, and well, the bride says, well, happy birthday early. She'd stuffed it way in the back thinking it was going to be a surprise, but either way, you know, it was good carrot cake, but let me tell you, that frosting on top there, it was about the size of a large ice cream scoop, and even with all the milk in the world, I could not begin to eat that. So Always Moving, if you had anything to do with the quantities of frosting suggested, why, shame on you. Yeah, I know. Now somebody from in the green room is out there slapping their knee right now, saying, "Oh, Crow, he's gonna take Always Moving to the woodshed and give her a spanking." Well, we'll deal with that later. See, we finally got air conditioning in our abode, and I was right. It was that round hockey puck of a thermostat they call a Nest.
Yeah.
It wasn't sending a signal to the furnace. Time will tell if we get a service call on it. You know, I'm kind of hoping they'll eat that, given it is a brand new furnace and air conditioning and whatnot. But my bride, she was just as happy as a lark. She all but said, I'm going to receive a. Oh, wait a minute. No, that ended after the wedding ring went on. So, but either way, she was happy, and now for my weekly BS here. Heat wave. You needn't worry about that powder shortage, formula shortage, and whatnot. If you didn't catch it last night, there's several players that come in here now, Steve. Horse Feathers touched on the mammary milk thing, and my fertile imagination, that kind of lit the fuse here. So I got to dwelling on that a little bit. You know, we haven't formed the corporation yet, and I can just about imagine that. What the heck? Doggone, who's the other player that would want to jump in on this? Either way, no, we got this whole thing figured out. Well, there was somebody too that wanted to be a participant in obtaining this product and whatnot.
I think Big Sexy offered to milk them.
Yeah.
What the hell?
See, yeah, we're it's all coming back to me now, and as far as myself goes, Steve, you know, I earned my stripes back in 74, 5, and 6. I picked up, you know, dairy milk from the local farms and whatnot, and transported it, to the processing plant nearby. And, so I'm well versed in handling this milk and such. Now, it's going to take more than just the three of us here. And my kind of thoughts are we're going to have to farm out the actual processing and bottling of it. Now, given the fact that Milwaukee, Wisconsin Dairyland here, Milwaukee being close by and all, my thoughts are I bet we could contact Miller Brewing, and we could probably get them to use one of their processing lines there. Now I can just about see some of this milk coming down in bottles and cans, mind you, down the production line, probably rattling right along with this Miller Lite and the Blatz. Did I say Blatz?
Blatz, yes.
I said Blatz. Yeah, it comes right out of Miller Brewing up here too.
Milwaukee Holy Water.
So yeah, we've got that. Now we need a marketing director, don't we? And given that we have a well-versed retired / semi-retired truck driver in our midst, can you hear me, Big Moose? Yes, Moose will be our marketing director. He can also involve himself in transportation. Now he's going to want to create a jingle for this Mabry Milk Market.
Uh-oh.
So, I'm sure he'll be wanting to work on that in the near future here. And so between that, we've kind of got the Midwest covered. We've got heat wave and Santa Claus out on the West Coast. They can deal with some of that. And so yeah, we're open to comment and suggestions on this, Steve. As I say, we haven't had an organizational meeting yet, but right now I'm sure Gilligan is probably sitting there and smacking his forehead thinking, now why didn't we think of that? Why didn't we think of that? Of course, they'll probably come and try to underbid us, and such. But so that's my BS session for the week there, Steve. That's kind of the highlight of what I've got. Anything to share with you right now?
Don't break any mirrors.
Make room for
that. Keep an eye on that dash light. Yeah, boy. All right, it's 844-844-3388. How about a quick 2-minute timeout, and we'll return on a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, I suppose they should get a Dumbass of the Week nomination. 5 members of the U.S. Air Force Reserve flight crew with the task of tracking hurricanes and other severe weather systems punished after making an unannounced detour during a C-130 training flight to pick up another member's vintage motorcycle. Say what? Members of the 53rd Weather Reconnaissance Squadron, Hurricane Hunters, were spotted at Martha's Vineyard loading a motorcycle onto one of their WC-130J Super Hercules that they used to track severe weather. Following the sighting, the 403rd Wing launched an investigation into its component squadron and, in an emailed statement to the military news, confirmed they had disciplined the flight crew. They said the wing had determined the 53rd WRS crew was supposed to be flying from Kessler Air Force Base, Mississippi, to Quonset Air National Guard, Rhode Island, as part of a monthly qualification flight. The crew was supposed to continue on to Mather, California to pick up 403rd Wing equipment. The following day, the crew, unbeknownst to 403rd leadership, added Martha's Vineyard Airport to the itinerary so they could retrieve a crew member's 1970 BMW R75 motorcycle. The crew continued on to Mather, California, and the 403rd Wing learned of the unannounced stop at Martha's Vineyard. Apparently, they grounded the crew at Mather and sent another crew to pick up the aircraft. They also said the crew members involved in making the unannounced stop had their qualifications downgraded and were served administrative actions as punishment. I guess, what do you mean? You're not allowed to make an unannounced stop in a C-130 Hercules? Come on, guys. What's the big deal? What's going on, Gilligan? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. Yeah, makes perfect sense to me, just kind of pull her over here for a minute. That's no problem.
Nobody will notice.
C-130 Hercules. Yeah, no problem. No. Some of the things people try to pull is just amazing, isn't it, Steve? Yeah, by the way, Scarecrow may not know this, but Horsemethers is an employee of GMA Enterprises and also our marketing director, so we're already on this. Need not worry, we're already working on our distribution center and everything. We'll get this figured out. Yeah, also, I've been referring to Rambler as drinking the devil's Kool-Aid instead of the devil's mouthwash, as Rambler says. You know why that is, Steve? You understand that?
Why is that?
Well, I'm sure you remember the old song, Colorado Kool-Aid.
Oh, yeah.
See, Rambler's got a hankering for them Coors Lights. You just got to have them Coors Lights. That's why he drinks the devil's Kool-Aid. Now, poor Rambler has got a real serious problem. Sorry, but I'm going to have to expose him on this one. Rambler can no longer watch the original Smokey and the Bandit. That's how bad his hankering is. When they go to steal the beer out of Texarkana, it just drives him crazy. You remember how all them cases of Coors beer there? Man, he goes into convulsions almost. Was you aware of that?
I was not familiar. No.
Yeah, poor Rambler. Well, I guess it could be worse. If you think about that movie, two things I'm going to bring up. One, they basically steal the beer. Think about it. And two, I wonder how much that load weighed, considering it was loaded from floor to ceiling, side to side, nose to tail, with nothing but bottles of Coors beer. Now, you think about that load
Just a tad overweight.
Yeah, just a tad. About like a cold bucket in West Virginia. But, well, I ain't going to talk about that. You know. I've known a few of them guys over the years. I got told if they wasn't weighing 160,000 pounds, they wasn't loaded. But, you know. Well, I'm going to touch on two other things. One, always moving is dead on right. Dead on as good as it gets. This idea that getting rid of the honor classes in school and all this, it's part of this idea of the Democrats in this country wanting to dumb down America. They've been working at this for years. It's like you said, everybody gets a trophy. They don't want people to succeed. They don't want people to get ahead. I know, I'm preaching to the choir. You know, that's all part of their plan. They don't want anybody to excel. You know, I'll never understand it. As long as I live, you know. I want to touch on something else. He was talking late last night about the Target putting out the products for transgender males, I think it is, or men, or whatever they call themselves. Steve, this is nothing new out of Target. Think back. I quit going to Target years ago. I don't know whether you remember this story or not. I think it was probably a good 15 years ago or more, maybe 20, something like that. You'll never find this. Did you aware of that?
You broke up there. No, 15, 20 years ago, what was it?
You won't see a Salvation Army bell ringer in front of a Target at Christmas. Target told the Salvation Army they wasn't going to allow them to raise money in front of their stores because they didn't service the type of people that shopped at Target. I just that totally ruined me on Target. I was not very fond of the store to begin with. But then they also, during the Iraq and Afghanistan war, the VFW and the American Legion come to them. Would you like to contribute to the troops serving overseas? And Target said, no, we don't support the troops. We don't support the war. And turned their nose up at them. And it was during the Obama administration that they said the transgenders could use whatever man's group they want. You remember that? They said,
I remember the transgender thing very well, and I kind of remember the Salvation Army thing. If memory serves, I think they didn't allow the bell ringers outside, but they made like $1 million donation to the Salvation Army instead or something. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I missed that part of that story. Yeah. Well, anyway, that's about all I got for tonight. Yeah. Scarecrow, don't worry. GMA Enterprises is already on this. You know, if there's a money-making scheme, I mean, a way to make money.
You're right. It's you said it right the first time. Money-making scheme, yeah. All right. And what are we looking at? News break just ahead. It's 844-844-3388. Haven't checked my email in a bit. Let me flip over anything new in the mix here. Derailment said, hey, Steve, email that YouTube video to Red Mule. You can watch as well. That Rivian truck has over 800 horsepower with the electric vehicle. All right, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The House committee investigating the attack on the U.S. Capitol issued 5 subpoenas for members of Congress on Thursday. It includes House GOP leader Kevin McCarthy. This marks the first time the committee has tried to compel testimony from fellow lawmakers. In addition, the committee is issuing subpoenas to Scott Perry, Jim Jordan, Andy Biggs, and Mo Brooks. Those representatives are all considered allies of former President Donald Trump. Also from D.C., the Senate is expected to vote next week on a bill to help restaurants, bars, and other small businesses stay in business. The $48 billion aid package targets enterprises which saw big revenue losses during the pandemic and government-imposed shutdowns. The main goal of the bill is to provide a lifeline to the applicants who did not receive grant money through the Restaurant Revitalization Fund. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to bingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at bingoRadioUSA.com. That's bingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman to the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
They'll blow smoke from Ellsworth to Blue Earth. They'll turn tires from Eagle Grove to Ogilvie. So buckle up and hang on. The 2022 season in Regions 3 and 4 is coming on full blast. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. Last week, we examined the regional, national, and state schedules for Indiana, Michigan, and Ohio. For you listeners in the upper Midwest, there's also a long list of championship pulling events near you. So let's get going with the states that belong to Region 3. In Iowa, we begin with a brand new event, the Wright County Fair Pull in Eagle Grove on July 8th. Then we have the Winneshiek County Fair Pull in Decorah on July 14th, and the Great Jones County Fair National Summer Slide in Monticello on July 20th. In Minnesota, the Coors Light Shootout invades the Anoka County Fairgrounds in Anoka on July 28th and 29th. The Scott County Fair in Jordan has light limited supers also on July 29th. The Throwdown at Hoedown in Houston arrives on July 30th. And the United Pullers of Minnesota will present state-level action in Wadena on June 25th, in Butterfield on July 2nd, in Barnesville on July 15th, in Herman in the afternoon of July 17th, in Perham on July 22nd, in Faribault on July 23rd, in Blue Earth on July 27th, in Montevideo in the afternoon of July 31st, in Redwood Falls on August 3rd, in Arlington on August 4th, in Pipestone on August 5th, in Austin on August 11th, in Waconia on August 12th, in Ogilvie on August 26th, and in Corcoran on August 27th. In Wisconsin, it's the Showdown in Kurdtown at the Pierce County Fairgrounds in Ellsworth on June 11th. The Full Throttle Shootout at the Fairgrounds in Lancaster on July 8th. Smoke and Thunder by the Kinney in River Falls on July 16th. The Dunn County Fair Pull in Menominee on July 30th. The Norwalk Lions Truck and Tractor Pull at Village Park in Norwalk on August 13th. The Waupaca County Fair in Wyoega on August 27th. And the Ridgeland Nationals at Eldon Lure Field in Ridgeland on September 4th. Plus, the Wisconsin Tractor Pullers Association has events in Ettrick on June 18th, in Medford on July 29th, in Colby on August 20th, in Jim Falls on September 3rd, and in Marshfield on September 10th. Pulling is also strong in the southeast, with loads of action in the Tar Heel and Old Dominion states, and they comprise Region 4. In North Carolina, it's the Robeson County 300 in Lumberton on September 9th and 10th, followed by the season-ending Southern Showdown at the State Fair and Rally October 14th through 16th. But first, it's United Pullers of the Carolinas action in Pine Tops, North Carolina on May 20th and 21st, in Danville, Virginia on July 9th, in Wilson, North Carolina on August 6th, in Wilson, North Carolina again on September 21st, and in Rocky Mount, North Carolina on October 1st. And of course, we just finished up the winter-spring calendar for the newly reborn Region 6 with events in Florida and South Carolina. But they'll get going once again when the snow starts flying in those other territories, proving that there is no off-season for NTPA Championship Pulling. Check out ntpapull.com to find out more. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Back out here, back to the calls to go on a Friday morning. Get set for the weekend, TGIF, right? What's going on in Arkansas there, Big Sexy? Morning.
76 degrees and moon's back out now. It was behind the clouds. We're supposed to get some rain today, or a chance of it early this morning and Friday night into Saturday morning again. So, but I didn't send it, but I shared it to my Facebook page. A tweet from the Weather Service out there, where all that weather was occurring out there. I think it's South Dakota, but it shows that storm moving in there, them high winds. It got dark in a hurry, and it showed them wind coming across there at the Weather Service there. If you get a chance, you might want to take a look at that.
Okay.
It's on my Facebook page.
Okay.
That was one thing I was going to touch on. And who was that earlier? That has to be a DA of the week. What was it? Freedom Inc. Is that what it was?
Yeah, that Trump pushed the communist agenda ahead, 40 years in just 4 years' time. So, yeah, decades. That's brilliant.
Yeah, and he said something about if you vote for a Democrat or a Republican or an independent, who else are you going to vote for? That covers about all of them, don't it?
I was thinking, well, you could vote for a communist, or I guess you could vote for, somebody said he may be libertarian.
Oh, I wasn't thinking about libertarian. I was thinking, independent, but, still yet. I mean.
Well, you can vote for the Socialist Party. You can vote for Bernie Sanders and AOC. Sure.
Then that would be an idiot that does that. He ain't kin to Knuckle Buster, is he?
I don't think so, no.
And on Gilligan, don't worry about it, Gilligan. We already got that covered. I done filed for the patents and the trademark on that. It's a little bit different from what Gilligan was thinking about on his. Gilligan was trying to figure out how to get them sheep pregnant and milk them, and I ain't gonna go how he's gonna get them pregnant, but we'll just drop it at that. And I'll get out of here and let you get on to somebody who's got a little more to cover than that.
All right, Big Sexy, have a great day. I'm looking at a headline from this past day. So, what do you mean? Rich Strike, the Kentucky Derby winner, will not run in the Preakness. So there will not be a Triple Crown winner. Not a chance. Owner Rich Dawson made the stunning announcement this past day, just 10 days before the race in Maryland. Dawson said he and the trainer agreed to stick with their initial plan for Rich Strike and rest him for 5 weeks. Of course, at 80-1 odds, the biggest long shot to win the Derby in more than a century. The plan now is to have Rich Strike ready to run in the Belmont Stakes on June the 11th. Dawson said it was wise for the colt to get extra rest and not face a short 2-week turnaround at Pimlico. It's very, very tempting to alter our course and run in the Preakness, which would be a great honor for all of our group. However, after much discussion and consideration, we're going to stay with our plan and what's best for Richie. We thank the wonderful Preakness and Pimlico folks that have reached out and very much appreciate the invite, but now, I didn't immediately respond to a message from the Associated Press, but Rich Strike was not expected to be the morning line favorite for the Preakness, with the Derby runner-up Epicenter and the Kentucky Oaks winner Secret Oath set to be part of that field. But he could have been the first Derby winner not to go off as the Preakness favorite at post time since 2012. That's when I'll Have Another won the first 2 legs of the Triple Crown. So now with Rich Strike's surprise withdrawal, the Preakness will go on without the official Derby champion for the second time in 4 years. Okay. How about that? So I guess for those who were hoping for a Triple Crown, I guarantee a lot of people were going to be putting money on Rich Strike for the Preakness. But I guess technically that, with 5 weeks of rest, that should have him very well rested and ready to go for the Belmont. What do you say? Horse Feathers on a Friday. What's going on?
Morning, Your Honor. Well, from my understanding, there was the Outriders Association said that they weren't going to have anybody there to take care of, if when he got to the finish line, there weren't going to be any Outriders there to pick him up there, to take him to the winner's circle there to get his carnation.
Yeah.
That's totally undocumented, but I'm not sure about that. But anyways, hey, did you hear we lost a great American here? We had the passing of a great American. Have you heard that there? That Richard Vlasic there passed there at the age of 96?
Vlasic, the pickle guy. Yeah, Vlasic Pickles.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. So apparently the family there has decided to do kind of like the family of Roy Rogers in that and have a special burial for him. But so apparently they're having this oversized mason jar made, and they're going to have him suspended in a solution of vinegar and salt brine. Do you have any confirmation on that at all, that he'll be on display there, pickled in a big, oversized mason jar at the corporate
You've been in the
headquarters?
You've been into devil's lettuce again, haven't you?
Never I've never purchased that. I've never purchased that whatsoever, Your Honor. But anyways, there I didn't get a chance to see the story, but I was heard when I was walking through that the local news there was saying that they were talking about the diesel fuel shortage. So I didn't know we were channel 11 there, WBAL channel 11 had the story. So they actually are starting to admit the fuel prices, but I don't know if they said what all it affected, So anyways, there, and as far as me being part of GMA Enterprises, there, I completely deny that. I'm completely independent and not associated with any of the
schemes,
corporations, or there you go, out there. I have absolutely nothing to do with any of them. They're all ideas that I have, or my own personally, have been copyrighted. And but yeah, I was just trying to figure out there, where locations there and stuff like that. But anyways, there, I don't know, what else do we have going for you, or something else? What was the other thing I put on the call screener? What did the call screener say I wanted to talk about?
Dr. Oz.
Oh, Dr. Oz. Yeah. So whatever happened to his show? Because it just kind of abruptly ended there on our local affiliate there. Again, that channel 11 WBAL. Did that show come to an end, or did
when you're running for
TV
office like that? No, I don't think he could not continue to the show running for office, because that would be like free airtime or whatever, I guess.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know. The show just kind of abruptly ended, and I didn't know why or how come or anything there. So, anyways, I was just curious about that. But yeah, it just kind of went away. I didn't know if the liberal news network just took them off because they just put on another repeat fake news show, the entertainment type news show, and didn't know what that was all about. But anyway, so no, I just thought I'd check in real quick here on your Good Friday morning, or whatever you're calling it this morning, and I guess we'll chat at you next week there. Y'all have a good weekend, and as I say, we'll see you next week there.
All right. Have a great weekend. Yeah, the Dr. Oz Show. The show coming to an end because Dr. Oz is running for the Republican primary for the U.S. Senate seat in Pennsylvania. Let's see. Since he made that announcement, television stations in Pennsylvania and its surrounding areas were forced to drop the show from their schedules because of the equal time rule, which states that political candidates be given equal broadcast airtime. So I guess that would have meant the Democrat and I guess the female, what's her name, that's surging in the poll, they would have to given all them equal time. Let's see. Dr. Oz is actually one of 10 people that had announced candidacy for the Senate election there in PA. Kathy Barnett, she's the one that's been surging in the polls. George Baccato, Jeff Bartos, Sean Gale, Robert Jeffries, Dave McCormick, who's, of course, I guess the incumbent, Carla Sands, Everett Stern, David Zoo. Yeah, they would have to give equal time, which, what was his, was that like a 1 hour show? They'd have to fill 10 hours of their broadcast day with all these candidates. So there you go. Now, if he doesn't win, I wonder if the show will return, because technically they had just signed like a 2-year extension for the Dr. Oz show to continue through the year 2023. So I don't know, will he be back on television, or will he actually win? Yeah, we'll find out. I guess the primary coming up Tuesday, and then it's on to November. And we return into this Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, what else in the mix here this Friday? Oh, it's just money, money, money. We got plenty of money to spend. And boy, do we ever do it. Well, I shouldn't say we. I should say our government. And do they ever do it frivolously? Here we have the Environmental Protection Agency that spent $7 million in funds from that $1.9 trillion COVID relief package on a program to replace diesel school buses with electric buses in underserved communities. Oh, it all sounds like that's a good thing, right? The EPA's 2021 American Rescue Plan Electric School Bus Rebates Program allocated $7 million in funds from the American Rescue Plan to schools to replace up to 4 diesel buses with electric school buses, totaling $1.2 million, which, all right, in your district, you get $1.2 million. That means a bus, $300,000 each. 300, according to the EPA. The appropriated funds are specifically for activities that identify and address disproportionate environmental or public health harms and risks to minority populations or low-income populations. The school bus rebates, tailored only to applicants in underserved school districts, tribal schools, and private fleets serving those schools, and the replacement buses had to be electric. The approved schools, which were supposedly selected through a lottery, have until October to show that they actually purchased the new buses and scrapped the old ones. All right, the program funded 23 school bus replacements and the associated charging infrastructure for 11 different schools across the country. Now, again, at $300,000 per bus, the EPA was left over with $100,000 in leftover funds, which they tell Fox News will be allocated properly to another program or department after consulting with the budget staff. Okay, there you go. And we're rolling toward news update, top of the hour, just a few minutes away. Jolly Green Giant on board. Hey there.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I got a beep this morning. I read some idiot on your YouTube site called himself Freedom Incorporate, accusing Trump in 4 years trying to implement
communism,
a communist agenda. Now, I want this individual to call your show and please explain this to us if they've got the balls to do it, because I like to know the answer to this.
Well, I said at the time when I shared the message, I said, please indulge me. What in the hell are you talking about?
Absolutely. It's just, we don't need to go through all of the things under the Obama administration, but let me bring up this point. It was under the Obama administration that a plan of social medicine was created, or social insurance medical plan was created, called the Affordable Care Act.
And implemented.
All right, let's begin with that. Before that happened, before the Obama administration, and before all that happened, the company I work for, that I've been working for 24 years, we had free medical insurance through Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield, a PPO. I remind you, it was provided free of charge for our family. We had no premium. Now, yes, we had deductibles, but no premiums. Now, when Obama took office and they created this new health plan, that is when our employer changed what they were doing, because someone was going to have to pay for this Obamacare thing. And so what they did was, the next thing I know, all of a sudden, we're paying for our insurance now. So they were paying for either the PPO or an HSA plan. That was our choice. So I feel that a medical insurance has went sky high since then, thanks to the Democratic Party. To my opinion, that's communism. Now, let's also begin with us talking about the Biden administration. What did they do that's considered communism or socialism? And the answer is, and that is shot mandates. That right there, when they don't give you a choice, that's communism, all right? Another thing is the Democratic Party is the one that's been trying to get rid of our guns for years. They're trying to take our freedom away, our constitutional right to bear arms. They've been doing it for years. Trump had nothing to do with none of that. Absolutely nothing. In fact, I don't think that there is anyone, maybe besides Reagan, that I would say that was definitely red, white, and blue. In my opinion, that man right there is about, he loved America. He loves America to this day. So I like this guy to come on there and explain himself so the rest of us can hear where Trump is pushing for a socialist communist society.
Right.
So that's really all I got to say tonight. These comments are not directly related to Steve Summers' show, Hot Shot Secret, or to GMA Enterprise. These are all Jolly Green's comments. Have a good night.
Thank you, Jolly Green. Have a good weekend. And final hour is coming up here on a Friday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Two top Republican lawmakers who are also mothers are demanding the Biden administration's FDA immediately address the nationwide shortage of baby formula. Representative Ashley Hinson of Iowa and House Republican Conference Chair Elise Stefanik of New York sent a letter demanding answers. Representative Stefanik.
House Republicans are here to push for action from the FDA and the Biden administration, who should have had a plan for this shortage months ago.
The nationwide supply of infant formula has decreased 40% since April, while Abbott Laboratories announced a Similac recall, which exacerbated those shortages. In related news, there's no escaping the pain at the pump. AAA updated the national average on Thursday, showing prices up a penny to $4.41 a gallon. That's 17 cents more than last week. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you're guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
A federal appeals court says a California law banning sales of semi-automatic weapons to people under 21 years of age is unconstitutional. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled the 10-month-old law infringes on Second Amendment rights. The judge cited the young adults who fought and died in the American Revolution to help establish America and eventually the Constitution that protects the right to bear arms. Republicans are pushing back against Democrats who have remained silent on abortion rights protesters setting up shop outside Supreme Court justices' homes. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell.
All Americans should agree that judges and juries ought not to be subjected to threats or intimidation campaigns. They want to use intimidation to influence the outcome in a pending case.
Someone leaked the 98-page draft to Politico earlier this month. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Administrators for the Oxford, Michigan School District have turned down State Attorney General Dana Nessel's offer to investigate last November's school shooting. However, some parents and students want her to step in. Tim Berg has the details.
Parents and students in the Oxford Community Schools are livid with the school board for refusing Attorney General Dana Nessel's offer to investigate the November 30th shooting at the high school. Buck Meyer is the father of Tate Meyer, who was among the 4 killed that day, and says what went wrong needs to be figured out. He believes the board's refusal to work with Nessel is an admission of guilt.
15-year-old Ethan Crumbly is charged in the shooting. His parents, James and Jennifer Crumbly, are facing involuntary manslaughter charges. Israel has advanced plans for the construction of more than 4,000 settler homes in the occupied West Bank. Thursday's decision came a day after the military demolished homes and other structures in an area where hundreds of Palestinians face the threat of expulsion. It's the biggest advancement of settlement projects since President Joe Biden took office. His administration is opposed to the settlement expansion. Actress Ashley Judd is encouraging people to seek help for their mental health after the loss of her mother, country star Naomi Judd. She died earlier this month at the age of 76. The movie star spoke to Good Morning America about the importance of resources like the National Suicide Prevention Hotline. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Welcome back on that Friday morning. Quickly wrapping things up. Less than an hour from now, so we won't get a chance to speak again till Sunday night. And at that point in time, when we come on the air at the midnight hour Eastern time, we will be in the midst of the moon plunging into darkness. Just as the sun sets over North America Sunday evening, the sun, the earth, the moon begin that process of aligning. Total lunar eclipse will be taking place. All right, what do we got? Trying to find timing-wise. All right, the entire eclipse will take over a 5-hour period, but starting at 9:32 Eastern time, Sunday evening. About the time I'll be waking up for the evening. And it'll go till 2:50 a.m. Eastern time. The total phase of the eclipse, that's when the moon kind of changes color. It's supposed to be the blood red moon. That only lasts about an hour and a half. That starts right about 11:30 Eastern time, that ends at 12:53 a.m. Eastern time. And then that period of time is when the moon should take on that eerie, orangish, reddish kind of color. All right. The exact best time to look at the moon would be 12:11 a.m. Eastern time. So shortly after we fire things up for a new week next week. Don't forget that. If you've got clear skies, you may want to step outside and take a gander at the moon. And back to the calls. Let's see. Who we got on the line? Okay. Somebody got to turn your phone down, first of all. You're listening on a delay. Yep. Tell Steve, yeah, I'm not seeing Granny, just wanted to talk to Steve. I don't know who's...
Morning, Steve.
Okay. Is this Granny?
Yes, it is.
Well, hi there.
Howdy, and happy anniversary.
Anniversary? What am I having an anniversary of?
We're on our way back to Richmond, Kentucky to go back to work finally.
Yeah, you've been off for a while?
Yeah, we've been off since we came down to the truck show.
Really? Wow, that was a pretty extended little hiatus.
Yeah, well, Snuffy had to have cataract surgery on both eyes.
I remember that. Yeah, I think he had one done there by the show, and he had to have the other done. Yeah.
Then we had to wait on new glasses to come in.
So I guess everything go well with the surgery?
Oh, yeah. His lenses are thinner, and he's able to wear the transitional lenses where when he goes out in sunlight, they turn dark for him.
I've got those. I like them. I like them a lot. Yes, those are nice.
Yes. Yeah, I've had the transition lenses for a while. So this is his first time experiencing them.
All right. Well, otherwise, everything going okay? Getting ready to get back to the old grind, huh?
Yeah. About time after all the time we've been off.
Yeah. Are you guys ever going to retire?
In about 5 years.
Really? You're going to push it all the way to the limits.
Well, if he goes to 5 years, then he'll have 50 years in driving truck.
Wow. Isn't that something? 50 years.
But, yeah, we just want to call and check in with you and let you know we're headed back to work.
Well, all right. Good to have you on board. Tell Snuffy we said hello.
Hang on a minute, Steve. He's got a question.
Okay.
Yeah, I got this. I've been thinking about something. That horse that won the Kentucky Derby.
Rich Strike, yes.
Yeah, do you know if he had any feathers? I have never seen a horse with feathers.
I don't recall seeing any, no. Horse feathers.
He might have had some wings. Because he left everybody behind.
I think he had some Red Bull or something, because, yes, he had wings for sure.
I just want to say hello. It's been a long time we've been off the road. The longest I've ever been off the road since I've been driving.
Well, in 45 years, in other words.
Yeah. Well, we had several deaths in the family and legal matters to tend to and eyes to tend to and some repairs at the house this last time. So the boss thought I went ahead and retired already.
Well, I guess he'll be happy.
Anyway, it's been good to hear you. I've been listening to you. Imagine that.
Yeah, well, good. I knew you. Yeah, I saw you chime in a few times there on the YouTube or I guess the Facebook, right? Because you got us on Facebook or the app.
I don't know one from the other.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well,
I just know I can hear you again, and that's a good thing.
All right. Well, it was good to see y'all there in Louisville at the Mid-America Truck Show. And good luck getting back on the road again. Okay. It's been a few years since I've been to Kings Island. I think I'm getting a little too old to ride the beast. Although it's been kind of like refurbished over the past, through the fall and this past winter. And I'm looking at the update. It says the beast, the popular wooden roller coaster, reopened, I guess, last Sunday at Kings Island. It has been reworked with more than 2,000 feet of replacement track and a steeper first drop. The first drop has been adjusted from 45 degrees to 53 degrees. And this all goes along with, believe it or not, it's the 50th anniversary of Kings Island. Yes, and I'm old enough to remember when that park first opened. When I was a young tyke and got to go to Kings Island Yeah, Grandpa would take me out there, and of course, I was only big enough to ride the little kiddie rides in Kiddieland, which I guess that was Hanna-Barbera Land back in those days. Yeah, only roller coaster I was big enough to get on was the Scooby-Doo. But according to the Guinness World Records, the Beast remains the world's longest wooden roller coaster. When you've got something like that, it's a national treasure, according to the park spokesman, Chad Showalter. Yeah, you got to take care of it. That's what we did during the off season. There you go. So, yeah, maybe a little smoother with all the replacement track and whatnot. It's 16 past the hour. Heat wave on board. Yes, sir, in that loneliest hour. Morning, heat wave.
Morning again, senor. Yeah, I was having a hard time hearing Scarecrow and Horse Feathers and Gilligan there. I don't know. I had my volume set up all the way. I don't know if you have any little more issues again with the volume going out.
Just certain callers, it seems like, like even the Snuffy and Granny there a minute ago. You get that crazy crackling sound like Moose had the other night. I don't know what it is from one caller to the next.
Well, hell, technology. I mean, you gotta love it, And then of course you curse it when it doesn't work. So
exactly.
Well, with that being said, I did not quite understand what Scarecrow and Gilligan were talking about. I was trying to, but I didn't quite get it. Were they talking about hand milking lactating women? And if they weren't lactating, trying to get them to get started by getting them pregnated? Is that what I heard?
I don't recall hearing hand milking. I mean, yeah, Horse Feathers came up with the brilliant idea, seeing as we've got this baby formula shortage nationwide of, maybe milking the lactating women. I don't think he meant to physically hand milk them, but yeah, that was the suggestion. We could line them up in the morning, or actually twice a day, he said, and hook them up to the machines like we do the cows.
Oh, okay. Well, I was kind of wondering, because I know Larry the cable guy said his wife used the pump, and every time she did, she wound up, after she got pumped, she looked like one of those balloon animals. Those long balloons. It was like, my goodness, that'd be kind of tough for the women.
Boy. Oh no!
I figured they needed some hands that are warm and lotioned, smooth. Get them all fired up and juiced up. Yeah, I mean that would take care of the formula problem. But talking about the formula problems, it really didn't help none that they had to pull a bunch of it off the shelves because of one issue or another. It's like, my God, how long has that, the formula been out there, especially liquid or powder, and they're just now having issues with it? My goodness.
I think it was, I'm trying to recall, was it Abbott? There was some manufacturer, which I guess they were a major manufacturer that I think it was like all the way back in January. They had some sort of a major recall, and since then, the problem has just got worse with each passing day, and so they can't keep up with supply and demand.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of these kids, they're having issues with allergies. So I don't know what in the world is going on, but yeah, again, we need to take care of our children first before we think about taking care of anyone else's, because our glass house has got a bunch of cracks in it. We can't keep on buffing and polishing everyone else's glass houses. We can't even take care of our own. So other than that, I guess that was about it. Just wanted to make sure I heard right. But I'll tell you what, it's been a pleasurable ride from Albuquerque down here to El Paso. Hardly any traffic in El Paso right now. Is just very, very quiet, which is nice. Because usually I get down here, I'm dealing with the crazy drivers on this side of the border and the other drivers from that side come over here and they drive the way they drive over yonder. You have to drive along a border town to understand what I'm talking about, because it is absolute pandemonium out here when you get other people driving around on our streets, and then they take it as if they're driving in Mexico, and then we got people over here that think they're driving in Mexico too. So, with that being said, we really don't need to be importing any more CDL drivers, because we got enough crazies out here homegrown to deal with. We don't need to be dealing with anyone else's. So,
yeah, Grump made that point the other night that, as we import these drivers on the H-2B visas, because, there's this dramatic shortage of drivers, the problem is that they bring with them from these foreign countries their bad driving skills. All right. On a serious note, in regards to the whole baby formula thing, which has been big in the news, especially in the last couple of weeks, it's a problem that's been festering since, I guess it was early February. I thought it was January. The announcement yesterday is we're going to begin importing more formula in an effort to ease the shortage. The scarcity, triggered in part by the closure of the Michigan manufacturing plant after 2 infants who consumed their products caught bacterial infections and died. The Food and Drug Administration will announce specific actions to boost imports, they tell us, in the coming days. Now, the United States produces 98% of the infant formula we consume. Apparently, Chile, Ireland, Mexico, and the Netherlands are potential sources for additional imports. It was Abbott Nutrition, that's the manufacturer, the nation's largest, that issued a recall in February for several of the powdered formulas. 4 infants who had consumed product from the Sturgis, Michigan plant ended up hospitalized with infections from a bacteria known as Chronobacter sakazaki. Chronobacter sakazaki. 2 of those infants died from the infection. So they closed the Sturgis plant and recalled several, several of the powdered products. Similac was one of the big names. Now, the company said the Chronobacter sakazaki was found at the plant, but not in areas where it makes product. All the finished product tests came back negative for the bacteria. The FDA and the CDC have instructed parents to check Abbott's website to find out if they have a product that would be maybe under the recall. The FDA is advising consumers not to use recalled Similac, Alimentum, and Elecare infant formulas. But that closure then left parents scrambling to find baby formula, where they're now saying it's more than 40% of the shelves nationwide are out of stock. Okay. That's a bacteria I've never heard of. Chronobacter can cause blood infections or make the linings around the brain and spinal cord swell. According to the CDC, symptoms include a fever, poor feeding, excessive crying, very low energy, and seizures. Yeah, okay, so they're trying to address the issue. We'll get back to your calls in 2 this Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I got a news break coming up here just a couple minutes away, so for those on hold, hang in there. Get you coming up. Found it interesting. Representative Comer of Kentucky this past day says whistleblowers prove that it is clear the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention took advice from the American Teachers Association, the National Education Association, and other teacher groups when it came to the protocol for COVID-19. In other words, shuttering the classrooms, going to the remote learning. We also wonder why the CDC never has taken a harder stance on efforts to try to determine the origination. Where did it come from? Plus the budget. I mean, prior to COVID, the Centers for Disease Control had a $2 billion annual budget, the majority of which came from the United States. Well, during COVID, Congress appropriated $7 billion more to the Centers for Disease Control. I think they're long overdue for oversight, he says. We've got so many questions, not just with how they spend their money, but what they base their decisions on. Was it actual science, or was it political science? You mean like the recommendations of Dr. Fauci? Because he says we have to follow the science. There's two different kinds of science. There's actual science, and then there's politics or political science. Now, this a year after a series of emails between the CDC and teachers groups were leaked following a Freedom of Information Act request by the Americans for Public Trust group. Thank you again for Friday's rich discussion about forthcoming CDC guidance and for your openness to the suggestions made by your president. That's the teachers union, the AFT. That was in an email, February of 2021. Comer from Kentucky's 1st Congressional District says there were legitimate questions that really are not partisan questions regarding the CDC's actions since the very beginning of the COVID pandemic. Right now, the Democrats are doing everything in their ability to protect the CDC, the World Health Organization, the National Institutes of Health, and other government agencies. Yeah, we continue to publish more emails and more communication that would suggest these health agencies that were given billions and billions of dollars to follow the political science rather than the actual science. Just over time, the truth eventually comes out. And we'll return after this on a Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The House committee investigating the attack on the U.S. Capitol issued 5 subpoenas for members of Congress on Thursday. It includes House GOP leader Kevin McCarthy. This marks the first time the committee has tried to compel testimony from fellow lawmakers. In addition, the committee is issuing subpoenas to Scott Perry, Jim Jordan, Andy Biggs, and Mo Brooks. Those representatives are all considered allies of former President Donald Trump. Also from D.C., the Senate is expected to vote next week on a bill to help restaurants, bars, and other small businesses stay in business. The $48 billion aid package targets enterprises which saw big revenue losses during the pandemic and government-imposed shutdowns. The main goal of the bill is to provide a lifeline to the applicants who did not receive grant money through the Restaurant Revitalization Fund. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Pureflow Airdog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pureflow Airdog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Now, earlier this week, I shared a video, a little clip that many people had been sharing. I guess apparently this video, I guess you'd say, resurfaced from several years ago. I didn't realize it at the time. It's the bull hauler coming around a corner, and obviously a way too high rate of speed. The truck overturns, and you actually see the cows coming out of the top, out of the roof of the trailer, sliding across the yard there in front of this business. And I see Lauren Weiss this past day. Yeah, Lauren Weiss, our two-time world champion bull hauler. I don't know if he actually knew the driver, but he knew this particular case. He said apparently, the driver, the bull hauler, had a heart attack, and he was actually dead when the truck laid over. I did not realize that. He said it actually happened several years ago. And where was it? Nellie, Nebraska, I guess is where that occurred. I thought it was something brand new because the headline said, video footage from last night's accident when a semi hauling cattle missed the corner, nearly striking Lucky Joe's Liquor was the caption there. So I guess that happened several years ago. And all right, sad situation. But thanks for clarification there, Lauren Weiss. Hey, what do you say, Rambler? Happy Friday.
Well, happy Friday, Steve, and praise God. I'm glad that our two-time bull hauling champion, Lauren Weiss, cleared that up, because when I first saw that video a couple of years ago, my first thought was, and this is being a little bit judgmental, but I thought, well, he done had one too many of them toothpicks, and if you're a bull hauler, you know what I'm talking about. But praise God, glad to be talking to you on a beautiful Friday the 13th.
You're not superstitious, are you?
No, sir. No, I'm not superstitious. A black cat can cross my path. You can open an umbrella inside the house, walk up underneath a ladder. It don't bother me a bit, man. So I'm not superstitious. But I got to tell something here. And, we all love Gilligan, and if you ain't ever met Gilligan's wife, there's Miss Mary Ann, and she's such a sweet lady. But I want to tell you what she told me. Now, she told me, she said, Brother Rambler, don't take him serious on things, She said, he has a problem with the devil's lettuce. And I said, oh, really? She said, yeah. I said, well, would you indulge on this? Please, I'd like to know. Said, yeah, he gets in from work. He has a tool shed that he calls the lettuce layer that he goes into. She said, brother Rambler, you can see so much smoke coming out that thing. It's like someone set off a daggum grass fire in there. He comes inside, gets in his Fruity Balloons and a wife beater, grabs a punch bowl now, a punch bowl that you would serve at a dinner party, guests, but he grabs a punch bowl, grabs a whole box of Captain Crunch cereal, pours it in there, fills it full of milk, gets on FaceTime with, of all people, Pappy, who has done partook in the devil's lettuce himself, and sits in his Fruity Balloons and a wife beater, and says, now that man's got a punch bowl full of Cocoa Puffs. And they said they sit there and they laugh like Beavis and Butthead at one another. Now, can you believe that?
Is that maybe? Well, when you say you're not going to believe this, is that a trucker story there, Rambler?
Well, he was talking about, because before the old man got put on the cross, I like to partake in that Coors Light holy waters. Now I refer to it as the devil's mouthwash, the devil's Kool-Aid. That was my all-time favorite alcoholic beverage I liked to drink back in the day. And I did cry when Burt Reynolds went over the forklift and landed on all that beer and spilled it all over the place. And because that is the banquet beer. That was sacred back in those days. That beer didn't cross the Mississippi River back in them days. So but I tell you what, Jackie Gleason made that movie. If they didn't have Jackie Gleason, that Smokey and the Bandit wouldn't have done a cotton picking thing. But praise God. But nah. He just partaking of the devil's lettuce a little too much and getting a little exaggerated with that story out there, Steve. On another note, I'm glad to see that the Sundance kid called in. Thank you for clarifying that with us. I commented on the stream something he didn't mention was quarterly taxes, and this is why we have the gentleman that advertises on your show about taxes, because a lot of drivers you forget to pay quarterly taxes, and I played back that show to Mama Rambler, and everything that was said, because I was making $1.90 a mile when I was an owner operator, and we were doing good till fuel went up, insurance rates went up, and after we deducted everything for the maintenance account, fuel, and paid our quarterly taxes, I looked at her. I said, you know what? I'm getting rid of this truck, and it's going to be easier for me just to be a company driver, because something else you fail to realize. Yeah, you got a maintenance account, but that tow bill is expensive. Them tires are expensive. That'll drain that maintenance account in a hurry. And I tell you, Steve, to this day, when this company truck that I've been in 17 years breaks down, someone asked me the other day, do you get frustrated? No, I do not. I said, I'm glad to know that I'm sitting on the side of the road, looking at my phone, waiting on the tow truck to come, knowing I ain't got to pay that bill. I said, do you get mad when the tire blows out? No, I do not. I'll sit there and get it changed, knowing I'm not having to pay that bill. So, praise God for that. But keep on calling in, Sundance. You're a part of this family too, my man. But you mentioned the lunar eclipse. That's going to be happening. That's going to be happening this Sunday, right?
Sunday night. Yes, sir. Sunday evening.
Well, we have, listen. We have two more events that'll be taking place. The first one happens at 7 o'clock Central Standard Time, Determined Ministries Church. That's our church. Praise God. We have a lot of listeners that come in, and I'm so very thankful that you're a part of this congregation. You're family to me. I love you, and I'm so very thankful you give this old preacher a shot and you give him a chance, and I'm glad you're getting spiritually fed. And the Lord has a great message this Sunday for you as well, and I'm so happy that you're going to join us. But after you get done with Determined Ministries Church, and you go get you a sandwich or, If you want to do like Gilligan, get a punch bowl, fill it full of Captain Crunch, do that too. Between watching the lunar eclipse, we have these. What's the second of it? Can you tell us about the second?
I'm trying to think here. Something maybe about the midnight hour. You think is that the Monday edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? How about that?
That's right. From Kathmandu to Kalamazoo and all cities in between, you'll be live on the air from the thriving metropolitan city of Cincinnati, where you can order your Skyline chili and your White Castles, which I highly recommend you do if you go out there and you visit the thriving metropolitan city of Cincinnati. And also make sure you buy Steve some so he can try it, because Steve, and listen, when you buy some White Castles for Steve, please get it with cheese, because Steve is a cheap shit. He ain't going to go for the daggone cheese on it. But won't let you all know out there on a very serious note, we love to joke, we love to play and everything like that. But that man on the Freedom Inc., he must have been out there. He must have got the hookup on peyote buttons from Heat Wave. I love you, Neil. Because he's flat out tripping. He is flat out tripping. Or he must have been in a cow pasture picking them special mushrooms, if you know what I mean. But once again, before I get off here, we want you to join us Sunday night, 7 o'clock Central Standard Time for the Turban Ministries Church. And please, 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 please join Steve, if you will. Join him after you get done with us, between peaking at the moon. Come on, join in, call in. And Steve, I'm not entirely always in the bed. I'm only probably up to listen to you for about an hour before I just can't get thinking I got to go to bed like a normal human being. But I do listen to you on Sundays as well, my dear friend. And God's children, remember, love is just not a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you got to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and yes, my Lord, he does, because he went to the cross for you and shed his every last drop of blood for you. But I know I can love you, and I do. And Steve, you have a great weekend. Enjoy that birthday party. I know you're going to be excited. And everyone out there, you have a great, wonderful weekend. God bless you. We'll see you Sunday night. Steve, I love you, man.
Thanks for tuning in there. Have a great night, Rambler. Thanks for being a part of the program. And have a great weekend. All right. And we'll be back into this Friday the 13th. Friday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop. Grab a bottle of EDT and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
How do you say? Head down the home stretch. On a Friday morning. There he is, Knucklebuster. Hey there.
Oh, morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, we can say it's Friday and praise the Lord and pass the morphine. I got news for Gilligan. Steve and I will both tell you, looking at a woman, talking about a woman is one thing. But when you go to touching that other woman, somebody gonna come unglued on your ass, buddy.
Yeah, in short order. Hey, did you get a new Bluetooth or what? Your phone is much better tonight. What'd you do?
No, I got a new Bluetooth.
Did you? Okay, so the Bluetooth.
I went down there and spent some points down there at Pilot. They gave me a new Bluetooth. All right, a couple of years, C-130 rolled down the strip. Airborne daddy gonna take a little trip. Yeah, we used to catch them C-130s out of North Carolina over there, Steve, when I was in the Marine Corps, and take free flight home on the government's dime there on the weekend to catch one going home there, going back to base. So that ain't nothing. I might just come to Cincinnati and ride that beast with you, see what you made of there, big boy. You brave enough to get on it again?
I don't know. I don't think so. These old bones ain't up to being the shake, rattle, and roll, you know?
I understand. I was laughing so hard when that big newspaper, the guy done a swipe at me, Steve. It's funny. We got a bunch of rednecks in my family. I don't think we got anybody that dumb as that one caller there, you know. So, I don't know. But that was funny. Hey, he's rolling with the flow now. And Steve, I read where a U-Haul driver in Washington packed a car into that moving van, and he got pulled over for it because half of it was hanging out the back end of it.
I saw the photograph of that. That was an amazing. Well, at least he had a strap around the back of the vehicle.
Yeah, but that ain't securing your load, though.
Not at all. No, it was literally about a third of the vehicle was sticking out the back of the damn box.
Yeah, and I read where the payouts were paused after on the Mega Millions after the host called the wrong number. It was either a 6 or a 9, and he called it the wrong way. So they ain't paying nobody nothing for it now. So, and Dolly Parton, woohoo! I've been still working on trying to get her tomorrow one of your T-shirts there. But anyway, she's gonna star in a TikTok musical about Taco Bell's Mexican pizza. Hell, I understand she's a fan of Taco Bell, but I wouldn't be there. So, let's see. Word of mouth, that's the most effective form of advertising, right?
That's what I've heard, yes.
Yep, that's what I've heard too. Well, I made some asinine statements this week, but we've got all these drivers to call in and tell us what a good thing that OIDA's done, all the good things that OIDA's done. So, hey, get ready for another asinine statement there Monday morning. And I don't know what it's going to be yet because Tennessee ain't told me yet there. But I figured if we got all them drivers to call in and tell us the good things of OIDA, that we wouldn't have to listen to that baby babbling and old Snake Oil Willie telling it was all in our mind there, right? So, well, have yourself a great weekend there. It's getting close to quitting time. We'll kick them feet back and get some of them skull busters in a hand and make sure you give Mama Sommers a dime this morning. And that's all my.
All right, that's all your baloney. All right, hello to Truck and Phil. There we go. Morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Coffee up. Happy Friday. As usual, ready to depart for Sterling Heights. Make that flip back to Fort Wayne. Everybody have a great day, rather. Truck and Phil. Semper Fi. Steve checking in. It's finally Friday, putting an end to the week as I'm heading into town to haul the trash. Everybody have a good weekend, and we'll see you back here Monday morning. That sounds like a plan. Thank you very much, Steve. You do the same. Have a great weekend. And let me see here. All right, that's my video from Big Sexy from the National Weather Service. Okay, we'll check that out here in just a few. Shorty sends me a photo from the marquee at the Loves Travel Center in Ripley, West Virginia, which shows regular unleaded at $4.25 per gallon, diesel at $5.69 per gallon. Wow. I mean, like $2.50 a gallon difference spread between regular old gasoline and diesel fuel. That's incredible. How high will the numbers go? I mean, yeah, you're going to be knocking on the door there at $6 in short order. What else we have? One final industry headline as we wind things down here this morning. Police in Ohio releasing the traffic cam video of a crash that happened Thursday morning in Summit County, about 7:20 yesterday morning, Greene, Ohio. And there was a dump truck that struck an Ohio Department of Transportation vehicle. The DOT vehicle was actually on the shoulder of I-77 parked. The video, you see the flow of traffic coming down for whatever reason. It almost looks like the truck driver must have dozed off or something, because he begins crossing over into that emergency lane and just full-fledged slammed into the back of that vehicle. An immediate explosion occurred. Both vehicles caught fire. Amazingly, rescue crews were able to remove both drivers from their vehicles. Now, both drivers were taken to a hospital with life-threatening injuries. But it was an ugly scene. And again, the video was posted on that this past day. Thanks so much for being along on this Friday the 13th. Have a great weekend. Everybody be safe out there. Not everybody's going to be home. A lot of drivers are going to still be moving freight. I hope you'll come back, though, and join us again at the midnight hour Sunday night as our lunar eclipse will be fully underway when we kick things off at the midnight hour for another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.